Chapter 1149. If Summer City doesn't want to, no one can detain Night Sorrow. What exactly happened? Qing Emperor looked at Bai Han. There were some things he couldn't understand. Master took the master's order and said that if Commander Xia tried to stop him, he wouldn't be giving His Majesty any face and would be offending His Majesty. That. Commander Xia said that Your Majesty is not only Your Majesty, but also his elder brother. It doesn't matter if he offends Your Majesty once. It's just that Your Majesty Night Sorrow doesn't allow Commander Xia to do so. Bai Han recounted the entire matter. You can't come see this emperor if you have something you can't do. Next time you're so brainless, I'll twist your head off. Qing Emperor glared at Bai Han, stood up, and left the Azure Sky Pavilion. Night Sorrow entered the 9th floor of the Devil's Ceiling Tower. Qing Emperor's guard took off the chains on his body and threw them to the side. Even so, Night Sorrow's robes were full of holes from the barbs. He was in a sorry state. Your Highness, His Majesty will know about such a big matter very soon. Just wait for a moment. Qing Emperor's guard said with a smile. Night Sorrow nodded. It's nothing much. Commander, you can go back to your work. The commander nodded and left the cell. The cell door still had to be locked. After all, this was the Devil's Ceiling Tower. The rules had to be followed. Someone, go inform His Majesty Night Sorrow to get a few jars of good wine to accompany me. Not long after Night Sorrow sat down, a roar came from the cell next door. Qing Emperor's guard was very embarrassed. Normally, it wouldn't be a problem, but now. Night Sorrow was in the cell. Senior brother. Eldest senior brother, I'm here. Night Sorrow stood in front of the railing and replied. On the 9th floor of the Devil's Ceiling Tower, 3 sides of the cell were meteoric iron walls and one side was meteoric iron railing. Night Sorrow and Sandalwood couldn't see each other. Haha. What kind of trouble did you get yourself into? Tell me. Night Sorrow's reply was Sandalwood's hearty laughter. Eldest senior brother, this is your fault. How can you still laugh when I'm locked up? Night Sorrow retorted. Why can't I laugh? Master definitely doesn't know that you've been locked in here. Once Master knows, you'll be released. Besides, eldest senior brother is here. Later, eldest senior brother will personally take you out. Someone, inform His Majesty that I, Sandalwood, have recovered. If it's recovered, it's recovered. Is there a need to shout so loudly? Qing Emperor's figure appeared in the Devil's Ceiling Tower's dungeon. Although his face was as calm as an ancient well, he was the only one who knew the fluctuations in his heart. Godfather, Sandalwood has recovered. Sandalwood's voice was choked with emotion. Did you stop calling me Godfather after I had other children? Qing Emperor stood between Sandalwood and Night Sorrow's cells. After leaving the Devil's Ceiling Tower, you're still my master. I originally wanted to invite junior brother Night Sorrow to drink some wine in the Devil's Ceiling Tower and then leave this damned place. But look at this. Sandalwood gripped the metal bars and looked at Qing Emperor. Someone, let the 2 of them out. Also, set up a banquet here. The 3 of us will drink here. Qing Emperor ordered the leader of the Qing Emperor's guard. Sandalwood and Night Sorrow were released. Night Sorrow, look at you. Your eldest senior brother has been with me for countless years. Apart from this time when his body was in trouble, no one dared to say a word to him. But look at you. You've only been under my tutelage for a short while and you've already been thrown into the dungeon, Qing Emperor said as he sat down on the chair brought over by the leader of the Qing Emperor's guard. This disciple will work hard in the future. I won't disappoint you, Master, Night Sorrow said with a bow. Don't you have anything to say? Qing Emperor asked again. There's nothing to say. You should know by now, Master. Night Sorrow shook his head. Qing Emperor smiled. I've only had 2 personal disciples in my lifetime. You 2 should be the only ones. I'm well aware of your personalities. Sandalwood, you lead the 9 Heavens army in battle, but you don't have any official position in the Qing Emperor's palace. I understand why. Night Sorrow, I also understand why you didn't resist this time. But do you know what I'm thinking? Qing Emperor then explained his thoughts to his 2 disciples. The Qing Emperor's dynasty might not necessarily be his heir, but the heir had to be capable. Only then would the Qing Emperor's dynasty be stable. Forever exempt from fee. See _Q. Night Sorrow and Sandalwood bowed. They understood Qing Emperor's thoughts. Sandalwood, what do you plan to do after you leave? Qing Emperor asked. The world is so big. I want to travel around. But before I leave, I'll stay with Junior Brother for a few days and help him with some matters. Then I'll serve the world's sovereign for a while. Master, I'm sorry. Although I haven't known Junior Brother for a long time, I admire him more, Sandalwood said. He was expressing his support for Night Sorrow. You've been suppressing yourself for too long. You should relax. Let's drink. Qing Emperor nodded. He understood that Sandalwood wanted to support Night Sorrow, but he didn't dislike it. While the 3 of them were drinking, Xian Daozi, Summer City, Sheng Wanhong, and the Crown Prince arrived. Xian Daozi wanted to say something, but Qing Emperor waved his sleeves and stopped him. He continued drinking with Sandalwood and Night Sorrow. In the blink of an eye, the wine brought by Qing Emperor's guards was gone. Master, Senior Brother, I still have wine here. Yi Shang stood up and opened the bottles of wine he had brought with him. After opening all of them, Night Sorrow's expression changed. He directly covered one of the wine jugs. This is the wrong one. Sandalwood reached out and snatched it. Then, he sniffed it. It's full of yang qi. Why are you drinking this wine? Qing Emperor and the others also looked at Night Sorrow. This is the dragon root of a 5-clawed pterosaur that I obtained when I was at the Void Inquiry stage. I used it to brew wine and planned to strengthen my body. However, I really didn't drink it. Night Sorrow explained embarrassedly. Sandalwood confiscated the wine jugs. Qing Emperor smiled but did not say anything. After drinking 2 more jugs of wine, Qing Emperor stood up. Xian Daozi has issued an order to remove Sheng Wanhong from his position as the great teacher. From today onwards, he will face the wall and reflect on his mistakes. Qing Emperor pointed at the prison cell behind Night Sorrow. The muscles on Sheng Wanhong's face twitched. He bowed and said yes. You can fight and snatch. Sheng Wanhong, you shouldn't have used the feelings of the people around me. You are blaspheming the relationship between us old friends. Qing Emperor's tone was very calm but there was disappointment in it. Sheng Wanhong knows his mistake. I am willing to accept the punishment. Sheng Wanhong bowed and entered the prison cell. At this moment, Qing Emperor looked at Summer City. Your Majesty, Summer City did nothing wrong. He is a shameless person who blackmailed me. I just want to teach him a lesson. Summer City spoke. There was still anger on his face. Summer City, you said that I am still your elder brother. Then, as your elder brother, I will ask you a few questions. Sheng Wanhong has no bottom line and used the feelings of us old friends. However, does he have the intention to kill you? He has never had the intention to kill anyone, including Night Sorrow. He knows that if he has the intention to kill, none of us will accept him anymore. However, you have the intention to kill him. Qing Emperor looked at Summer City. At this moment, Sheng Wanhong, who was in the prison cell, knelt down in front of Qing Emperor. It was because Qing Emperor had spoken his mind. It also meant that Qing Emperor was only punishing him and had not given up on him. The 5th chapter has arrived. Today, I was injected with 4 bottles of fluids. Even now, I still feel dizzy. However, I did not owe any chapters. Not today and not in the future. The 5th chapter has arrived. Chapter 1150. Elder brother is right. I was angry at the time and wanted to teach him a lesson. As for whether or not I wanted to kill him, I'm not sure. Summer City bowed. Shangguan Hong was the one who started the fight, so he was in the wrong. I imprisoned him to give you an explanation. However, since you were so ruthless to your brother, you need to wake up. This is a book we used to read. Go study it, copy it, and send it to the Qing Emperor's palace. Then, you can return to the 9 grand floors. The Qing Emperor tossed a book to Summer City. Summer City took the book and entered the Devil's Ceiling Tower's dungeon. Xian Daozi, I'll make Sandalwood the Imperial Sky Overseer of the Qing Emperor's Imperial Sky Overseer. She has the authority to act first and report later. Knight Sorrow, leave the Qinghuan army and await your orders. Also, Shangguan Hong, you can leave whenever you feel like it's time. The Qing Emperor left the Devil's Ceiling Tower after that. From the beginning to the end, the Qing Emperor ignored Qing Lin. Uncle Summer, I'll stay here with you. Knight Sorrow looked at Summer City apologetically. Your Highness, please go back first. This subordinate must take a look at this book and then make a copy. Shangguan Hong, today it was Xia Qing who was ruthless to you. It was Xia Qing who let my brother down. Xia Qing shouted towards the cell next door. Summer City, you're humiliating me. I, Shangguan Hong, am heartless and unscrupulous. I took advantage of my brother's feelings. Shangguan Hong shouted hysterically. All right, we'll come pick up Uncle Summer tomorrow, Sandalwood said to Knight Sorrow. Knight Sorrow nodded. He knew that Summer City needed peace at a time like this. The group left the Devil's Ceiling Tower. Sunshine, I, Sandalwood, have seen the light of day again. Standing outside the Devil's Ceiling Tower, Sandalwood stretched out her arms and roared towards the sky. Congratulations, Your Highness, Xian Daozi said with a smile. Uncle Xian Daozi has been by my master's side for millions of years. I should be the one thanking you. Sandalwood nodded at Xian Daozi. Qing Lin also cupped his fists towards Sandalwood. He knew that the situation was getting out of hand, but he could not afford to offend Sandalwood. Let's not talk about this anymore. Knight Sorrow, let's go to your 9 grand floors for a drink, Sandalwood said after glancing at Qing Lin. Knight Sorrow nodded and brought Sandalwood to the 9 Chong building. The 9-layered heavens. This place has been empty for countless years. Back then, Master didn't even allow me to stay here. That's how much Master values you. Sandalwood smiled at Knight Sorrow as she stood in front of the 9-story tower. I understand. I will not disappoint Master and Senior Brother in the future. Knight Sorrow looked at Sandalwood and said. Junior Apprentice Brother, during these years when I was in the Devil's Ceiling Pagoda, other than you, there were 6 other people who came to see me. Master, he thought I didn't know, but how could I not know? I can smell Master's aura with my nose. This is also the reason why I didn't end my own life and was able to persevere. Other than that, the 4 generals of the 9 Heavens army also went their separate ways. As for the last one, you will know later. Sandalwood took out a large flag from his storage ring. With a wave of his right hand, the flag flew up and planted itself in a corner of the 9-layered heavens. Senior Apprentice Brother, what are you doing? Knight Sorrow was puzzled. The 9 Heavens war flag, the flag of the 9 Heavens army. Back in the day, this war flag caused all the enemies of the Qing Emperor's dynasty to tremble in fear. Today, I am giving it to you. Sandalwood looked at Knight Sorrow and said. Senior apprentice brother, I don't want to fight for anything. Knight Sorrow looked at the Nine Heavens war flag and said. I know, but you are the most suitable. As your senior apprentice brother, I have a few requests for you. Use your strength to protect your territory, don't use it for internal strife. Also, don't kill Master's children. Sandalwood looked at Knight Sorrow and said. Knight Sorrow nodded. He understood that this was the reason why the Qing Emperor liked Sandalwood. He would not make things difficult for the Qing Emperor. Put the war flag here and let's see what it does. Sandalwood pulled Knight Sorrow into the Nine Heavens Pagoda. In the Nine Heavens Pagoda, Knight Sorrow saw that all the members of the Nine Heavens Pagoda were present. Greetings, your highnesses. Where is Uncle Xia? Fei Xiao and the others bowed. Ha! Uncle Xia is reading a book. Junior apprentice brother, you don't know. Uncle Xia has been with Master for a long time and has never touched any books or decrees. He gets a headache whenever he sees them. Sandalwood laughed. Now that there is nothing else, let's set up the banquet. Today, senior apprentice brother and I want to drink. Knight Sorrow introduced his wife and the people around him to Sandalwood. Sandalwood was a little embarrassed. Junior apprentice brother, I don't have much of a collection. When I led the Nine Heavens army in the past, all the resources belonged to the army. I am very poor. After the banquet was served, the two chatted casually and talked about the past. At this time, the Qing Emperor's dynasty was shaken. A big one. 5 million years ago, the flag of the Qing Emperor's dynasty's #1 army, the Nine Heavens Army, appeared in the Nine Heavens Pagoda. Low-level cultivators did not know what that meant, but the Qing Emperor's dynasty was an old power. There were countless kings, and the king had an endless lifespan. Some of his deeds were already imprinted in their minds. A black figure came from the Qing Emperor's pavilion and reported this matter to the Qing Emperor. The Qing Emperor just waved his hand and continued playing chess with Xian Daozi. Your Majesty, this disturbance is not small. Should we stop it? Xian Daozi asked in a low voice. I knew you would ask. Then let me ask you. 5 million years ago and today, are the armies of the Qing Emperor's dynasty stronger or weaker? The Qing Emperor looked at Xian Daozi and asked. It's not easy to comment, but their reputation and bravery are not as good as before. The Green Qilin and Green Phoenix armies cannot reach the level of the Nine Heavens army. This is not your fault, because the Qing Emperor's dynasty only has one Sandalwood. Xian Daozi thought for a moment and said. Yes, Sandalwood is back now. The Qing Emperor said and continued to think about the chess game. Latest chapter #_ on section equals as Xian Daozi did not say anything else. The Qing Emperor's words of Sandalwood were enough. After a game of chess, the Qing Emperor waved his hand. Let's not play anymore. You are not in the mood. Remember, the Qing Emperor's dynasty only has one Sandalwood, and one Knight Sorrow. At the Green Qilin army's encampment, the angry Qilin army gathered. A man in Qilin armor stood in front of the troops. All captains of the angry Qilin army, step forward. Bang! Bang! Some of them took a step forward. The Nine Heavens War banner has appeared. Those who have just joined might not know about it, but you all know what it is. I will leave now because it is my faith. You all can do whatever you want, the man in the armor said. General, it is also our belief. The belief of the angry Qilin army. We will follow you back. All the captains of the angry Qilin army shouted. Good. Gather the troops in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Then we will leave. Nu Lin said. When the angry Qilin army finished gathering, Qing Lin appeared. His Highness Qing Lin is here. Even if you did not come, Nu Lin would have come to find you. We are leaving. Nu Lin looked at Qing Lin Crown Prince and said, "Why? Is the Green Qilin army not good?" Qing Lin frowned and asked, "It is not a problem. He is back." Nu Lin's voice was very calm. Chapter 1151. But you are the first army of the Green Qilin army. Green Qilin roared. He was furious. He had worked hard for countless years, but he couldn't compare to someone who had disappeared for 5 million years. That's not important. Back then, Nu Lin told His Majesty that the Nu Lin army could fight for the Qing Emperor's dynasty in any army. However, once the Nine Heavens War flag appears, the Nu Lin army will definitely return. Everyone, listen up. Change your armbands. Nu Lin ordered. At this time, the captains of the Nu Lin army took off the Green Qilin army insignia on their armbands and put on the Qilin shoulder pads. That was the insignia of the Nu Lin army of the Nine Heavens army. A group of people looked at Qing Lin in the night wind. Their attitude was firm. At this time, the 3 armies of the Green Qilin army surrounded the area. Although we are unwilling, we will fight for our return. The Nu Lin army only has soldiers who die in battle. There are no cowards who compromise. Prepare for battle. Nu Lin roared. A mutated beast appeared under him and a 2-foot-long halberd appeared in his hand. Qing Lin's face turned green. He couldn't back down now. Nu Lin was a monarch. Their battle power was on par. The other 3 armies might not be able to take down the Nu Lin army. Even if they could, the Green Qilin army would be gone in the end. At that time, the Crown Prince would be finished. Let them go. After a while, the Crown Prince waved his hand. He knew that he was back to millions of years ago when he was suppressed by sandalwood. The Nu Lin army situation was also happening in the Green Phoenix army. Qin Leitang wanted to leave with the Thunder army. The Green Phoenix monarch couldn't stop them. "Are you rebelling?" Zhua Tingyun roared. "We are not rebelling. We are the Nine Heavens army's Thunder army. The Nine Heavens war flag is a battle order." "Back then, I had an agreement with the princess," Qin Leitang said. "What if your majesty doesn't agree? If you force your way out, it will be considered a rebellion." The princess's face was cold. "You can't pin the crime of rebellion on the Thunder army. His Majesty knows that. If your Majesty wants to stop us, we will fight to the end for the beliefs of the soldiers. The princess will bear the consequences. Change the Thunder flag. Prepare for battle," Qin Leitang said. Following Qin Leitang's words, Meng Dan waved her arm and another battle flag was erected in front of the Thunder army. However, it was different from the ones she used before. The battle flag had thunder in the clouds above it, and it was not the thunder from the Qingyuan. "Old Qin, why are you doing this?" Zhu Xuanjia stepped forward and asked. "Xianjia, you should know what the Nine Heavens War banner means to the Thunder Crash army and the Nine Heavens army. As long as the Nine Heavens War banner appears, even if we have to crawl, we will crawl under that banner." "Princess, are you going to make way or not?" Qin Leitang raised his arm. "Scram! Scram far away!" Princess Qingyuan angrily roared. If they stopped, they would have to fight. If they didn't fight, they would only lose an army. If they fought, how many people would the Green Phoenix Legion have left? She had no choice. Qin Leitang left with the Thunderbolt army. At night, a cool breeze blew. The Nine Heavens battle banner of the 9-story tower fluttered in the wind. It was the testimony of an era, the faith of an era. In front of the 9-storied building, the sound of rustling footsteps rang out continuously. "Lei Ting, you're not slow." Nu Lin, who had led the New Lin army to the 9 grand floors, waved his arm and stabbed a torch into the ground. As long as I don't fall behind you, Qin Leitang replied. Original_first release, the two of you still like to talk nonsense. Another group appeared. It was the Azure Supreme, the Arch City's Imperial Guards. And Ran, you're not slow either. Where's Wei Wei? With her impatient personality, there's no reason for her to be the last to arrive, right? Nu Lin said. She accepted a mission and didn't stay in Qing Emperor City. She went to Dongshan City to clean up a group of bandits, and Ning, the commander of the city guards, said. At this moment, Sandalwood and Night Sorrow appeared in front of the 9 stories building. Greetings, Commander. Everyone knelt on one knee. The black-robed Sandalwood was once their invincible commander. Get up. I'm sorry for what happened to me all these years. Sandalwood went forward and helped Nu Lin, Qin Leitang, and Ning up. It's good that your highness is back. The 9 Heavens army will be invincible again. Nu Lin patted Sandalwood's shoulder. Let me tell you some things. I don't want to lead the army anymore, but I'm worried about you all. I don't want you to suffer, so I found a more suitable person for you all. My junior brother, Night Sorrow. Sandalwood patted Night Sorrow's shoulder. Senior brother, what are you doing? Night Sorrow was stunned. He didn't want to lead the army either. Listen to me first. Night Sorrow, I know you don't want to lead the army. I understand your thoughts, but I have some ideas. Night Sorrow is favored by His Majesty. You all know what kind of person His Majesty is. Most importantly, I trust him and am willing to support him because he won't abandon anyone, Sandalwood said. Night Sorrow didn't say anything. He couldn't reject Sandalwood's good intentions. Nu Lin and the others didn't say anything either. Sandalwood was the person they trusted the most. Her words were orders. You don't understand Night Sorrow. Once you do, your thoughts will change. You won't suffer. Let's go in. The 9 Heavens Pagoda is so big. It can fit a few armies, let alone one, Sandalwood shouted. Night Sorrow brought everyone into the 9 Heavens Pagoda and arranged for them to stay. Then, Zhantan called Night Sorrow and the top brass of the 3 armies together. Can you all not be so worried? I'm not ignoring everything. I'm here too. I don't know Night Sorrow's ability to lead a battle, but aren't you all experts? Night Sorrow is virtuous. As long as he's broad-minded, I'll take care of the other things, Sandalwood said. Nu Lin, Anning, let me say a few words. The commander might be tired after all these years, so let's not force him. It's enough that he's by our side. Also, I've fought with Night Sorrow before. Night Sorrow is a qualified soldier, a qualified commander, and a qualified commander in the future, Qin Leitang said. Leitang, are you lying? Nu Lin asked. Army Commander Nu Lin, we've fought alongside His Highness Night Sorrow. Just like the commander back then, we'll fight every battle. Soldiers are brothers regardless of their relationship, said Meng Dan. You finally have some ideas. Weren't you quiet back then? Nu Lin looked at Meng Dan and said. I'm not the general's guard anymore. I'm a commander. Meng Dan patted her armor. Night Sorrow, it's not that I don't trust or respect you. I just don't understand you. However, I believe in the commander and my brothers. If they say it's okay, then it's okay, Nu Lin stood up and said. The furious Kailan Legion commander is thinking for his brothers. Yi Shang understands. But isn't today's movement a little too big? Why isn't there any response from outside? Yi Shang mumbled. Chapter 1152. Who has a reaction? Master definitely knows, but junior apprentice brother probably doesn't. Other than the Qing Emperor's guard, Master also has shadow guards. Nothing can escape Master's notice. If Master doesn't have any objections, what can Qing Lin and Qing Wan do? I'll borrow their courage. Sandalwood took a sip of wine and curled his lips. He didn't care about Qing Lin and Qing Wan at all. They weren't on the same level as him. Princess Qing Wan almost made a move against us. She's too narrow-minded. Knight Sorrow will be a problem in the Qing Wan army sooner or later. She can't tolerate you. Your Highness shouldn't go back. The Qing Wan army will no longer have a Thunderbolt army. Qin Leitang said. His Majesty has decreed for me to retire from the Qing Wan army, but there are no other arrangements. Knight Sorrow said. That's good. Qin Leitang felt more at ease. He understood Qing Wan. If there was a chance to suppress Knight Sorrow, she wouldn't let it go. Alright, you guys settle down in Nine Chong Tower. When Wei Wei returns, this Highness will explain everything to His Majesty. Let's drink now. Today is a happy day. 5 million years, I've been locked up for 5 million years. In these 5 million years, I've only seen a few faces. Sandalwood said. 5 million years was just a number, but how many days and nights was that? Everyone could feel the pain Sandalwood had suffered. After drinking, Knight Sorrow and Sandalwood went to the Devil's Ceiling Tower. Summer City was still inside. Knight Sorrow couldn't just leave Summer City inside. When Knight Sorrow arrived, Summer City was reading the Brotherhood Theory. On the other side was Sheng Wanhong's cursing. In any case, he didn't have any manners and pretended to be refined. Summer City was different from the others around the Qing Emperor. He didn't touch ink or read books. Now that he was reading the Brotherhood Theory, he was very happy to be able to make Sheng Wanhong angry. I'm here. After reading so many books, my mouth is dry. Do you have wine? Give the old man next door a jar too, or else he won't have the energy to scold us, Summer City said to Knight Sorrow. Knight Sorrow nodded and gave Summer City and Sheng Wanhong a jar of wine each. Uncle Xia, have you copied the book? There's no need to rush. I'll first familiarize myself with it. I'll let a certain someone know what it means to be a brother, Summer City said. Summer City, you bastard. If you have the guts, let's fight again. If you have the guts, then kill me. Sheng Wanhong, who was next door, heard Summer City's words and directly smashed the wine jar. Since Her Highness Sandalwood is with Your Highness, I'm relieved. I'll stay here for a few days and teach the old man next door a lesson. Summer City took a sip of wine and said. That's fine too. Everything in Nine Chong Tower is going well. Knight Sorrow nodded. He could tell that Summer City and Sheng Wanhong were at loggerheads. They were not fighting because of grievances, but because of their state of mind. In fact, it was also because of their brotherhood. Knight Sorrow and Sandalwood returned to Nine Chong Tower. At this time, on the training field of Nine Chong Tower, 3 square formations were cultivating. The 3 generals were arguing about something. Seeing that Sandalwood and Knight Sorrow had returned, Nu Lin and Tranquility pulled the unwilling Qin Leitang to Sandalwood and Knight Sorrow. What's going on? Sandalwood frowned. The only one, and the rest are stolen. Your Highness, are the 9 Heavens Army brothers who live and die together? Nu Lin asked. That's right. This is the first creed of the 9 Heavens Army. Sandalwood nodded. Qin Leitang, you bastard. What else do you have to say? Tranquility roared at Qin Leitang. I didn't say no. I said to wait for Knight Sorrow to return and then ask His Highness Knight Sorrow if it's okay. But you guys are biting me. Qin Leitang waited for Tranquility to speak. The 3 of you, quiet down. Tell me what's going on. Sandalwood was confused. The Nine Heavens army was the most united. This had never happened before. New Lin then said that they wanted the Thunder Army's combined attack formation. Currently, only the Thunder Army has cultivated the combined attack formation that His Highness Knight Sorrow taught them. The other three armies haven't cultivated it because they don't have His Highness Knight Sorrow's orders, Qin Leitang said. That's easy. We're all brothers. Let's cultivate it together. Thunder Army, New Lin Army, and Tranquility Army will all cultivate it together. That's not a problem, Knight Sorrow said with a smile. Tranquility Army was the army that Tranquility led. Of course. I thank Your Highness on behalf of all the brothers in the Nine Heavens Army. New Lin bowed to Knight Sorrow. What's the big deal? You guys are so embarrassed because of this. Hurry up and get busy. Sandalwood waved her hand and dismissed them. Then, Knight Sorrow and Sandalwood went to Juchong Palace where Knight Sorrow lived to make tea. What they didn't know was that something was happening in the Azure Emperor Empire, something that no one could predict. Qing Lin and Qing Wan met in Qing Lin Palace and sat together. Qing Wan had found Qing Lin. Has the New Lin army left? Qing Wan asked after sitting down. Why do you ask when you already know the answer? Are you here to laugh at me? Qing Lin retorted in a displeased manner. No. Thunder Army also left the Qing Wan army. We are in the same predicament. If we don't change, we can't fight Sandalwood and Knight Sorrow, Princess Qing Wan said. How can we fight them? I would like to hear your opinion, Qing Lin said. Qing Lin sighed. He was very depressed. Although he wanted to change and become the #1 person in the Imperial Palace, Sandalwood and Yishang were like mountains pressing down on him. Qing Lin Army and Qing Wan Army will merge and form the Lin Wan Army. The 6 armies won't be weaker than the 9 Heaven Army. If we work together, we might be able to defeat them. The main thing is that the Qing Emperor's dynasty is in our hands, Qing Wan said. What about the position of commander? Qing Lin asked. Of course it's my brother. Before we can suppress them, we won't be separated. Princess Qing Wan said. This was the result of her discussion with Sua Tingyun. If she didn't work with Crown Prince Qing Lin, she wouldn't be able to compete with Sandalwood and Knight Sorrow. Alright, mobilize the forces of the other princes. I don't believe we can't defeat them. Qing Lin knocked on the table and stood up. Qing Lin didn't want to be suppressed by Sandalwood and Knight Sorrow. Then, Qing Lin and Qing Wan gathered the other princes and told them about the current situation. Remember, we are siblings. They are outsiders. No matter who gets the throne, Your Majesty or the Crown Prince, you will have a good life. But they are different, Qing Wan said. If the Crown Prince and the Princess want to fight, I will support you. I can give you people and resources, but I can't do anything else, Prince Qing Lin said. Qing Lin had an official position in the Qing Emperor's dynasty. He was in charge of the examination and reporting of some low-ranking officials. He didn't want to get involved in such a fight, but Qing Wan used their sibling relationship to speak, so he had to do so. Chapter 1153. The other princes also had the same attitude. The Qing Emperor had established the Qing Emperor's dynasty for countless years. He had many successful princes, and their cultivation was also considered top-notch. The Qing Emperor gave them the position of being outstanding, but not outstanding. In other words, they could manage some things, but they couldn't shoulder the main responsibility. If they could manage some things, their knowledge would be good. The princes didn't fight for it because they understood that if they weren't good enough, then they shouldn't think about it. In addition, they also trusted Sandalwood. Back then, Sandalwood led the 9th Heaven Army to expand the territory. The Dark Abyss and the Red Emperor's kingdom were terrified of the Ninth Heaven army. Under the circumstances where the leaders were restricted by the unspoken rules and couldn't fight, the Ninth Heaven army was invincible, and Sandalwood was also an invincible commander. The Darkness Sovereign was strong, the Crimson Emperor was strong. All the peak powers in the world of reincarnation had such powerful characters. However, none of them would make a move easily. If they made a move recklessly, they would lose face. In addition, if you made a move, the other party's characters would also take revenge. The consequences would be very severe unless one of them could break the balance. But at their level, it would be very difficult for their cultivation to improve. It was very difficult for them to improve themselves. Almost all of these giants had taken the same path, which was to nurture outstanding assistants. Once any faction had two such experts, the balance would be broken. Sandalwood was once the Qing Emperor's hope, but she went astray and went crazy for 5 million years. After seeing Night Sorrow, the Qing Emperor felt that Night Sorrow could also do it. In addition, after knowing that Night Sorrow had supreme attributes, he even felt that Night Sorrow's achievements might surpass his in the future. Night Sorrow was only a little over 100 years old, which was shockingly young. There was no such precedent in the Supreme World. A shadow guard reported the current situation to the Qing Emperor. "Your Majesty, are you just going to watch them fight?" Xian Daozi asked. "If I don't watch, how can I deal with it? Only when the fight is fierce can it generate motivation. It's boring if it's stagnant." The Qing Emperor shook his head. "That's true. But once Mistress finds out, won't things become even more troublesome?" Xian Daozi changed the topic. Her departure means that she has given up on the Qing Emperor's dynasty. The Qing Emperor's dynasty has nothing to do with her. Don't mention her in the future. The Qing Emperor's face turned cold. Xian Daozi hurriedly bowed and left. He knew he had said something he shouldn't have. 3 days later, another group of city guards reported to the Nine Chong Tower. The commander was a woman. "Sister." Nu Lin and Qin Leitang greeted her. "Wei Wei. Long time no see." Seeing this female commander, Ping said with a smile. B*TCH, you're still a B*TCH. Do I know you that well? Call me General Wei Wei. Wei Wei greets my 2 elder brothers. The valiant woman glared at Ping before cupping her hands at Nu Lin and Qin Leitang. "Wei Wei, you're still not giving me any face. For you, I've been lonely for millions of years." Ning said with a bitter face. "Ha! Wei Wei is back." "You're the slowest," Sandalwood and Night Sorrow said after arriving at the training field. "I just finished a mission and came back as soon as I heard the news." Wei Wei greets the commander. "And this is?" Wei Wei looked at Night Sorrow. "Night Sorrow, I have to say something. Can't you change the look of your white battle robe? Can't you wear your Majesty's clothes?" Sandalwood looked at Night Sorrow and said, speechless. "Elder brother, you have to say something about him. He wears his white robe all the time," Sikong Chuyu said with a smile. "Black robes with golden edges, blue robes with golden edges. The robes sent by the Qing Emperor's palace aren't clean," Night Sorrow said with a smile. "From now on, wear a black robe with golden edges. Don't get caught by someone you don't know in the future. If that happens, don't say I didn't care about you. Wei Wei, this is His Highness Yishang." After saying a few words to Yishang, Santan introduced Yishang and Wei Wei. "Greetings, Your Majesty Night Sorrow." Wei Wei cupped his hands. "Let me tell you something else today. I was able to escape from the Devil's Ceiling Pagoda because of Night Sorrow's help. My life is his, and my future accomplishments are also thanks to him," said Sandalwood. In truth, this was what she truly felt. "We are brothers. If something happens to me, you won't just stand by and watch. Isn't that right? Knight Sorrow said with a smile. Everyone has their moments of helplessness. I was very helpless in the Devil's Ceiling Tower. Although I persevered, I was very lost. Go and see me, drink tea with me, and let me know what it means to be heartwarming, Sandalwood said with a sigh. Master only has you and me. Although we didn't meet back then, as your junior brother, I won't be stingy if I can do anything for you, Knight Sorrow said. Go and reorganize the army. Once you're done, we will fight. The border is where our Nine Heavens army should go, Sandalwood said to Nu Lin and the others. But the border of the Qing Emperor's dynasty is under the control of the Qing Lin army and Qing Yuan army. We have nowhere to go, Qin Leitang said. If I ask for it, they will have to give me half, Sandalwood said. They all have protectors. I don't think they will compromise, Nu Lin said after thinking for a moment. If they can't rely on their own strength, what about their protectors? Junior brother's protector is His Majesty's old brother. Don't I have a protector? Does His Majesty count? How dare they? Sandalwood sneered. Knight Sorrow was also stunned. He didn't expect Sandalwood's protector to be Qing Emperor. Nu Lin and the others bowed and left. They knew that this was Sandalwood. Once she decided on something, she would never back down. Head. After parting with Sandalwood, Knight Sorrow thought for a moment and went to the Azure Sky Pavilion. As soon as Knight Sorrow arrived, the Qing Emperor summoned him. Master, I would like to ask for your help, Knight Sorrow said with a bow. In your experience, you have never asked anyone for help, the Qing Emperor said with a smile. Master, it's not just anyone. It's like this. The Nine-Domain world is in the middle of a calamity. An evil spirit world is attacking the Nine-Domain world. I can suppress the Nine-Domain world and prevent it from being destroyed, Knight Sorrow said. What are you afraid of? Xian Daozi, who was standing at the side, asked. The leader of the evil spirit world, the evil spirit king, is a high-level king. I can't defeat it in the evil spirit world. If it rushes to the Nine-Domain world, my original body can control the Nine-Domain sources and fight it. However, my original body can't stay here forever. My original body wants to come out and comprehend will. Knight Sorrow explained his predicament. Your original body wants to leave the Nine-Domain world and reach a higher level. However, after leaving, you are worried that the evil spirit king will rush to the Nine-Domain world, right? After hearing Knight Sorrow's explanation, the Qing Emperor had a rough idea. Yes, that's the situation. Knight Sorrow nodded. You said that you can control the Nine-Domain sources. You are the Realm Master. The Qing Emperor asked. Yes, Princess Qing Yuan knows. Didn't she tell Master? Knight Sorrow asked. I really didn't know. You are the Realm Master. This is easy to solve. The Qing Emperor smiled. The fourth update arrived. Chapter 1154. Qing Emperor took out a green ball and handed it to Knight Sorrow. Then, he explained how to use it. The green ball was the empty spirit pearl, a treasure nurtured by the endless ocean. To put it bluntly, it was a small empty space world. It could only be activated by treasures like the Destiny Pearl and the Origin Stone. The Realm Lord had the world's origin power, so there was no problem in activating it. When the evil spirit king appeared, Knight Sorrow's clone could activate the empty spirit pearl and imprison the evil spirit king in this space world. Thank you, Master. Then I have no more worries. Knight Sorrow's face was full of joy. You're still like a child. Go. Qing Emperor smiled and nodded. Knight Sorrow bowed and left some good wine and tea on the table beside him. Then, he left the Azure Sky Pavilion. Your Majesty, he's actually just a child, Xian Dozi said. A child with a simple mind. Make some tea. Qing Emperor pointed at the teapot that Knight Sorrow had left behind. After obtaining the empty spirit pearl, Knight Sorrow was very happy. The big problem of the 9-domain world was solved. The drawback of his original body not being able to leave the 9-domain world was no longer there. After returning to the 9 grand floors, everyone noticed that Knight Sorrow was different. What made you so happy? Sikong Chiyu asked with a smile. I just went to find Master. Master gave me a treasure that can control the evil spirit king. In other words, my original body can leave the 9-domain world and start improving myself, Knight Sorrow said. That's great. This way, the hidden dangers of the 9-domain world won't restrict you. Sikong Chiyu smiled and nodded. My original body needs to cultivate again. We don't have a child yet. Yang Lei muttered. That. 13, I think I'm pregnant, Aoi, who was standing beside Yang Lei, said with a red face. 6th senior sister, is this true? Knight Sorrow's face was full of excitement. Yes. I just confirmed it. Qing Ji nodded. Well, I think so too. I plan to check it later. Sikong Chuyu's face was also red. Knight Sorrow paced in place, not knowing what to do or say to express his feelings. Alright, we have to tell our parents about this, Aoi said. Okay, you can go. Knight Sorrow smiled and nodded. He intended to let his wife talk about such a happy event. Junior brother, you are truly formidable. Judging by the amount of energy contained within your body, the chances of you producing children are not high. But to think that you have 2 children in one go, I am truly impressed. Zhan Tan chuckled. I'm so happy. I'm really happy. Knight Sorrow couldn't suppress the joy in his heart. Did you drink the dragon root wine? Sandalwood patted Knight Sorrow's shoulder and asked. No. I really didn't drink it. Knight Sorrow blushed and said. While everyone was preparing for the banquet, Knight Sorrow left the 9-Chong Pagoda and returned to the city in the sky. He handed over the things that needed to be handed over to his original body. Then Knight Sorrow's doppelganger returned to the 9-Chong Pagoda. Knight Sorrow's original body arrived at Haoyan City. After handing over the empty spirit pearl to his doppelganger in the Fengtian Hall, he took some cultivation resources and the cultivation token of the Samsara Palace and headed to the Samsara world. The first city in the Samsara world was the Samsara City. The Samsara City didn't belong to any force. It was a neutral area. All the top forces in the Samsara world were in charge of the Samsara City. No one could monopolize the city. All the top forces had a foundation in the Samsara City. Because the top forces didn't have many ups and downs, the power structure didn't fluctuate greatly. However, there were still small conflicts and battles. Knight Sorrow's original body arrived at the Samsara City through the official transmission formation of the Qing Emperor's dynasty. As the first city in the Supreme World, the Samsara City was so big that Knight Sorrow had to take a transmission formation in the city to get to the Samsara Palace. The Samsara Palace was located there. The surrounding space was illusory, with endless rules and willpower. Knight Sorrow arrived at the Samsara Palace, but a guard stopped him. I'm going in to cultivate. Knight Sorrow took out the token of the Samsara Palace. Okay. Has the Samsara token recognized its owner? Put it in the Samsara cauldron over there and you can enter. The guard, whose cultivation Knight Sorrow couldn't see through, nodded after seeing the Samsara token. With the Samsara token, he was qualified to enter the Samsara Palace to cultivate. Knight Sorrow knew some rules of the Samsara Palace. The Samsara token recorded the time of the user. When the time was up, it would be automatically expelled. Each time the time was deducted was also in units of 10 years. After putting the samsara token into the samsara cauldron, a stream of energy appeared and wrapped Night Sorrow into the samsara palace. You have 130 years of cultivation time. Now, you can choose the attribute you want to cultivate. An old and dignified voice sounded. Senior, I want to comprehend the nihility intent. Night Sorrow said. The supreme attribute, nihility will. There was a hint of surprise in the old voice's voice. Yes, I have the nihility energy and the nihility law, but I haven't found the place to comprehend the nihility intent. Therefore, I came here to ask for your help. Night Sorrow bowed and said. He knew that this was a question from the origin of the world of samsara. Okay. Since you can, I'll help you. The old voice responded to Night Sorrow. V only original version Z, L others are all pirated versions. Then, Night Sorrow's surroundings changed. Next, it was a space full of the nihility intent. Once again, he cupped his hands towards the void. After eating the spirit comprehension pill, Night Sorrow sat down cross-legged and started cultivating. The entry level of the nihility intent was the most difficult stage in Night Sorrow's cultivation. After taking this step, he could use time to accumulate and use the entry-level law to deduce and comprehend it. Inside the 9 grand building, the celebration banquet was quite grand. Pregnancy was a big deal for everyone. In addition, Night Sorrow was the realm lord of the 9 regions world. Having a child was even more important. After the banquet ended, Night Sorrow came to a corner of the 9 grand building. He stood under the 9 heavens war flag and looked up at it. Your Highness. At this moment, a female voice sounded behind Night Sorrow. It was General Wei Wei. General Wei Wei is here. Bring your men here. Are there any problems? If there's anything that needs to be dealt with, I'll take care of it. Night Sorrow looked back at General Wei Wei and said. There might be. The city guard commander should be here. It's a bit strange that he hasn't come yet. General Wei Wei said. If it's just the city guard commander looking for trouble, then it's fine. Uncle Xia won't look for trouble with us. He's still reading in the Devil's Ceiling Tower. Night Sorrow said. Your Highness is very familiar with Commander Xia. General Wei Wei asked in surprise. Yes, Uncle Xia is my path protector. He's one of the closest people to me in the world of reincarnation. Night Sorrow nodded. Then it's fine. If the other 2 deputy commanders come, we don't need to care. Your Highness can tell them to go find Commander Xia. General Wei Wei said with a smile. Since the 9 heavens war flag is out, let's fight. Night Sorrow murmured. Chapter 1155. After chatting with General Wei Wei for a while, Night Sorrow arrived at the Devil's Ceiling Tower. When Night Sorrow arrived at the Devil's Ceiling Tower, Uncle Summer had just finished copying the Brotherhood cycle. Your Highness, you're here. Copying the Brotherhood cycle is harder than killing a few sovereigns. Summer City threw the brush in his hand and stood up. Looking at the swaying brush in the meteorite iron wall, Night Sorrow understood how much emotion Summer City's writing brought. Summer City walked out of the dungeon with 2 Brotherhood cycle books in his hands. The Qing Emperor's guards in the Devil's Ceiling Tower didn't lock the dungeon door for Summer City and Shengwanhong. They went in to reflect and could leave at any time. Summer City came out, and so did Shengwanhong. Old man, I've finished copying the Brotherhood cycle. What about you? Don't you want to continue reflecting? Summer City looked at Shengwanhong with disdain under his mask and some other emotions. I've reflected. I'll deal with you in the future. I won't use our Brotherhood. You better be careful, Shengwanhong said as he pointed at Summer City. Hey! You're trying to scare me. What else can you do other than use tricks? You're the one who should be careful. If you provoke me, I'll deal with you. I can't kill you, but can't I beat you black and blue? Let's go, Your Highness. Xia Qing waved his arm and pushed aside Sheng Wanhong, who wasn't in the way to begin with, before leaving the Devil's Ceiling Tower's dungeon with Yishang. Summer City, you better remember this. Sheng Wanhong was so angry that he roared hysterically again. After Night Sorrow and Summer City left the Devil's Ceiling Tower, Night Sorrow told them what happened in the past few days. Very good. Since Princess Sandalwood is willing to help you, your position in the Qing Emperor's dynasty is very stable. The two princesses won't be able to threaten you in terms of strength. The only thing they can do is to scheme against you, said Summer City. There's one more thing. The 4 armies of the 9 Heavens Army have returned. Qing Lin and Qing Wan weren't able to stop the return of the Raging Qilin Army and the Thunder Army. However, the 2 armies belonging to the Qing Emperor's Imperial City Guards might be in trouble, said Night Sorrow. Of course, I won't cause any trouble for you, but it's necessary to report to His Majesty. Let's go to the Qing Emperor's palace first. This is also for His Majesty. Summer City pointed at the book in his hand. I won't be going over. I'll go back to Nine Chong Tower and wait for Uncle Xia. Night Sorrow said. He knew that after Summer City went to the Azure Sky Pavilion, he would have some interactions with the Qing Emperor. It was all about some old brothers. It wouldn't be appropriate for him to go. When Night Sorrow returned to Nine Chong Tower, he discovered that there was a problem. The 2 vice commanders of the Imperial City Guards had surrounded Nine Chong Tower with a few troops. They wanted to capture Ning and Wei Wei. Greetings, Your Highness, said the 2 commanders when they saw Night Sorrow. They saluted Night Sorrow. Eldest senior brother, what's going on? Asked Night Sorrow. Forever exempt #C_Littleby said. How should I put it? No one is right or wrong. The Anping Army and the Dingxiang Army belong to the 9 Heavens Army. When they saw the 9 Heavens battle order, they had to return. The 2 of them are the vice commanders of the Imperial City Guards. They are under the command of His Majesty and the commander of the Imperial City Guards. Now that the former Imperial City Guards are no longer part of the order, it's normal for them to interfere, said Sandalwood. Right now, the Imperial City Guards were in the right. Even if Sandalwood was strong, she couldn't act recklessly. Thus, it was a stalemate. Your Highnesses, we're not here to make things difficult for anyone. We just want to bring the 2 captains of the Imperial City Guards to give an explanation to our commander and His Majesty. As for how the commander and His Majesty will deal with this matter, we won't interfere, said one of the vice commanders. I can understand what you mean. This matter must be dealt with. However, it's impossible for me to hand them over. If I can't even protect them in my own residence, how am I supposed to lead people in the future? How am I supposed to conduct myself, said Night Sorrow. But this matter must be dealt with. The vice commander of the Imperial City Guard sighed because today's matter was very difficult to resolve. Yishang wouldn't back down, as this was a matter of dignity. Moreover, the Imperial City Guards couldn't lose their dignity either, as that represented Qingdi City's dignity. No one wants a conflict. How about this? Everyone, calm down. Uncle Summer has already walked out of the Devil's Ceiling Tower and went to the Azure Sky Pavilion to see His Majesty. This matter will be resolved soon, said Night Sorrow. Then, we can wait. The vice commander nodded. No one wanted to have a conflict. After waiting for a while, Elder Xia returned. What's going on? What's with all the commotion? Elder Xia asked as he looked at the 2 sides. It's about the matter of the 2 armies belonging to the 9 Heavens Army, said Night Sorrow. Greetings, Commander. Since Commander isn't here, we can only deal with this matter first, said the 2 vice commanders. His Majesty already knows about this matter. It's only natural for the Anping and Dingxiang armies to return to the Nine Heavens Army. In addition, the troops trained by Pine Garden City will be transferred over to fill the vacancies in the Imperial City Guards, said Summer City. Hearing Summer City's words, the two vice commanders of the Imperial City Guards retreated with their troops. Speaking of which, Summer City went to the Azure Sky Pavilion and gave the Qing Emperor the 2 books on brotherhood. After reading Summer City's copy, the Qing Emperor was speechless because the handwriting was unreadable. How many years had it been? He wanted Summer City to have some ink in his stomach, but it still wasn't enough. Summer City then told him what Knight Sorrow had told him and asked for the Qing Emperor's opinion. The Qing Emperor was clear about the current situation. Originally, he planned to have Xian Daozi pass on the order. Now that Summer City had returned, he naturally didn't need Xian Daozi to pass on the order. He passed on the order to Summer City. Knight Sorrow had the Nine Heavens Army rest while he and Sandalwood brought Summer City back to the main hall of the Nine Heavens Tower. "Here, this is your identity medallion," said Yi Zichen. Summer City handed the 2 tokens to Knight Sorrow. Knight Sorrow's token was the Royal Highness token, while Sandalwood's was the Sky Supervisor's token. He originally had the Royal Highness token. "Your Highness Sandalwood," although His Majesty didn't say anything about the rebuilding of the Nine Heavens Army, it involves the army. "You should go and report it. The battle orders and military tokens also need to be dealt with," Summer City said to Sandalwood. "Old Xia, this matter needs to be handled by Knight Sorrow. I don't plan on leading the army anymore. These years have been too tiring. Once the Nine Heavens Army is on the right track, I'll go and accompany Master. Then, I'll go and see the world. There are still many things to do in life," Sandalwood said. "That's fine. You brothers make the arrangements. Deal with it as soon as possible." Old Xia nodded. He could understand Sandalwood. Sandalwood's high-spirited state of mind had changed quite a bit. Zhou Tingyun and Sheng Wanhong supported the decision made by Qing Lin and Qing Wan. This was the best way out for them. It was also the only way to go against Sandalwood and Knight Sorrow. After all, the circle of royal descendants was still very strong. As for the alliance between Qing Lin and Qing Wan, the Qing Emperor directly approved. He knew what everyone was thinking. As long as it wasn't out of line, he couldn't be bothered. After that, Knight Sorrow and Sandalwood arrived at the Azure Sky Pavilion. They also needed to deal with the Nine Heavens Army. The 2 of them met Qing Lin and Qing Wan, who had just come out of the Azure Sky Pavilion. Chapter 1156. Qing Lin pretended not to see them and walked directly towards Yi Shang and Qing Wan. Qing Wan followed beside him and had the same attitude as Qing Lin. Interesting. Sandalwood and Knight Sorrow stood in the middle of the path and did not move. Give way. Sandalwood did not have this word in her heart. In Knight Sorrow's place, if Qing Lin and Qing Wan were polite, he would not mind giving way. But since they were so aggressive, if he gave way, it would mean that he was afraid. He naturally would not give way. When the 4 of them were 5 feet away, they stopped in their tracks. Give way. Qing Lin roared. Here, I, Sandalwood, will only give way to Master. You do not have the right. Sandalwood said coldly. Knight Sorrow, you are really something. Now that you have someone backing you, you are ungrateful. Qing Wan looked at Knight Sorrow and scolded him. Ungrateful. You cannot accuse me of being ungrateful. When you came to the 9 regions world to find me, you forced me because I was the realm lord. You could not force me. After that, you used the pressure from the Chidu Empire to force me to compromise. Is this considered kindness? Although you were magnanimous at that time, you followed me and became Master's disciple. Ask yourself, do you still have that magnanimity? Righteousness, who did I let down? The Qing Emperor's empire protects the 9 regions world. I will naturally fight for the Qing Emperor's empire. I am not in the Qing Yuan army now because of Master's orders. Knight Sorrow cupped his hands towards the azure sky pavilion. You have a sharp tongue. Princess Qing Yuan spat out coldly. Whatever you say. Knight Sorrow did not want to lower himself to her level. You are not giving way. I am your senior brother. Since you are disrespectful to me, I will teach you a lesson. Sandalwood snorted coldly. She waved her right hand and a 7-foot sword appeared in her hand. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations, Qing Lin, Qing Yuan, leave quickly. Sandalwood, come in. The Qing Emperor's voice came from the azure sky pavilion. Qing Emperor didn't ask about the confrontation between the 4 of them. However, the outcome was out. He couldn't just watch them fight. If they fought, Qing Lin and Qing Yuan wouldn't be Sandalwood's match. To him, a result was enough. Hearing the Qing Emperor's words, Qing Lin and Qing Yuan bypassed Sandalwood and Knight Sorrow and left the azure sky pavilion. The Qing Emperor's words were also to give them a way out. If they were to fight, Knight Sorrow was a 2-star king. However, Green Qilin and Green Yuan were not a match for Sandalwood even if they worked together. Sandalwood had the ability to kill a monarch back in the day. Sandalwood and Knight Sorrow entered the azure sky pavilion. Sandalwood, Knight Sorrow, the Qinlin army and Qinluan army have merged to form the Qinluan army. What do you think? Qing Emperor looked at Sandalwood and Knight Sorrow and asked. Junior brother, you go first. Sandalwood nodded to Knight Sorrow. No thoughts. We are all working for the Qing Emperor's dynasty. The only difference is the form. There may be competition, but there is vitality when there is competition, Knight Sorrow said. Master, they don't want to give up. This is actually a good thing. Only by not giving up can they strive and achieve something, Sandalwood said. Both of you are very open-minded. Tell me, what are you here for? Qing Emperor nodded and said. He knew that in terms of mentality, his children were at a disadvantage. Master, I am here to report to the 9 Heavens Army. However, I don't want to be the commander of the 9 Heavens Army anymore. I have also told the 4 generals that junior brother will lead them in the future, Sandalwood said. The 9 Heavens Army is a flag of the Qing Emperor's dynasty. This flag should not fall. If it disbands, it will no longer be the 9 Heavens Army. Knight Sorrow is His Highness, so he is qualified to lead the army. I approve. I will send the token to the 9 grand floors later. Qing Emperor nodded. Thank you, Master. Sandalwood and Knight Sorrow bowed. Knight Sorrow, you are still young. You still have a long way to go. Leading the army will be a good experience for your growth. In addition, the merit points will help you improve more smoothly. Qing Emperor looked at Knight Sorrow and said. I will remember Master's teachings. Knight Sorrow bowed. Zhan Tan, your junior brother is just like you, honest and honest. There are things that he should do and things that he shouldn't do. Therefore, even though he is a perfect person, he has some weaknesses as well. You have to look after him, the Lotus Emperor said. I will. Sandalwood nodded. After that, Knight Sorrow and Sandalwood left the azure sky pavilion. Xian Daozi, take my Emperor's seal and find a celestial designer to build everything the 9 Heavens Army needs, Qing Emperor said to Xian Daozi. Yes. Also, the Qing Emperor's guard from the Devil's Ceiling Tower just reported that Shang Guanhong and Summer City left the Devil's Ceiling Tower one after the other, Xian Daozi said. So be it. Xia Cheng is a straightforward person. We know what kind of person he is. As for Shang Guanhong, he has more crooked ideas, but he still has a bottom line for some things. After this incident, they will calm down and know what not to do. Emperor Qing shook his head. Night Sorrow and Sandalwood returned to the 9 grand floors and gathered the 4 teams of the 9 Heavens Army. Then, Sandalwood told them about the 9 Heavens Army's report. Commander, once the order is approved, we can go to the border. Nu Lin asked excitedly. Don't call me that. From now on, the 9 Heavens Army will only have one commander, and that is Night Sorrow, Sandalwood emphasized. The 4 generals nodded. Night Sorrow and Sandalwood returned to the main hall of the 9 grand floors. Sandalwood took out a map and looked at it. At the same time, she asked Night Sorrow where the best defense area was. Night Sorrow looked at it and thought for a moment. Then, he drew a diagonal line. That was the border between the Qing Emperor's dynasty and the Dark Abyss. Night Sorrow's finger pointed to the border between the Red Emperor's dynasty and the Qing Emperor's dynasty, Sky Tiger Pass. Not bad. That's a good location. It's an area with a lot of battles. That way, we can be self-sufficient. Also, Sky Tiger Pass is a military stronghold. However, the stronghold is currently in the enemy's hands. Qing Lin, that piece of trash, didn't manage to take it, Sandalwood said. Then we'll take it ourselves. The problem now is how do we get the right to defend this area? Qing Lin and Qing Yuan won't let go, Night Sorrow said. Now, we have 2 options. One is to go to the Qing Emperor's palace and ask for the defense area from the military. We can do that. The 2 princes have a lot of influence, but we're not fake either. However, it's a bit of a bully. The other option is to report to the military and take down Sky Tiger Pass. Then, we can take over the surrounding areas. That will shut everyone up. Qing Lin and Qing Yuan won't even let out a fart. The problem is that it's very difficult to take over. Sky Tiger Pass is a stronghold that the Red Emperor's dynasty values, Sandalwood said. If we go and take over the area, we'll have to take over Sky Tiger Pass in the future. It'll give us a reason to take over Sky Tiger Pass. Why don't we make some preparations and take over Sky Tiger Pass? Night Sorrow said. Chapter 1157. All right. This idea is actually a suggestion from Senior Brother. Stealing from our own people isn't a skill. Although they aren't our people, they are still from the Qing Emperor's dynasty. If we want to steal, we should steal from our enemies, Sandalwood said to Night Sorrow. Then let's do it this way. I'll look up the information and see what's going on in Sky Tiger Pass. I don't want 9 Heavens Army to suffer any losses, Night Sorrow said. Alright, this is the first battle and also the most crucial battle. You should study the battle strategy first. If you think it's feasible, we'll report it to the military and start the battle, Sandalwood said. Night Sorrow nodded and asked Fei Xiao to look for information on Sky Tiger Pass. Then, he went to the training ground and called the 4 generals of 9 Heavens Army together. I have a mission for you guys. Since you guys aren't familiar with it, whoever can do it well, Night Sorrow said when they arrived at the 9 Heavens Army's temporary tent. Commander, please instruct us, Nu Lin said. It's like this. 9 Heavens Army doesn't have a defensive area. So, if you want a defensive area, there are 2 ways. One is to ask for it, and the other is to steal. If you ask for it, you'll lose face and reputation, Night Sorrow said and went straight to the point. Yes, we're not beggars. If we don't want it, we'll steal it, Wei Wei's eyes lit up. Even if she was a woman, she was still a soldier. Alright, I need detailed information on Sky Tiger Pass. The more detailed, the better. The faster, the better, Night Sorrow ordered. Attack Sky Tiger Pass. Nu Lin and the others were stunned. Sky Tiger Pass was one of the impregnable passes of the Red Emperor's empire. It was a stronghold and was very difficult to attack. That's right. This is the first battle of our Nine Heavens army. We have to do it well. After that, we'll rely on Sky Tiger Pass to develop and establish a defensive line, Knight Sorrow said as he stood up. Yes, sir. I know a little about Sky Tiger Pass. I can sneak in to investigate. Nu Lin cupped his fist at Knight Sorrow. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Information must be reliable. Knight Sorrow nodded at Angry Unicorn. Everyone else, prepare for battle. Knight Sorrow instructed before returning to the main hall. Look at the first section of this chapter. Have you made the arrangements? Sandalwood asked. He did not go with Knight Sorrow because he wanted to let Knight Sorrow establish his authority. Nu Lin went to investigate. The details are very important. Knight Sorrow nodded. After a while, Fei Xiu returned with some information regarding Heaven Tiger Pass and some blueprints. Although the blueprints were old, Knight Sorrow could still make do with them. After watching for a while, Knight Sorrow began to think. Attacking the stronghold by force would not work, as they would suffer heavy losses. That was not the result that Knight Sorrow wanted. What he wanted was to pay the lowest price in exchange for the greatest benefits. Knight Sorrow took a pen and drew a few areas on the blueprints. In a war, we have to first cut off the enemy's reinforcements and destroy the teleportation formation. Then, we have to separate the areas and kill them. That way, the consumption will be reduced, Knight Sorrow said. Yes, we have to break through the enemy's strength with skill. The outer area of Heaven Tiger Pass is full of formations. Attacking by force is not feasible, Sandalwood said. The soldiers in the army are all brothers. I won't let anyone die easily. Senior brother, don't worry. I have some ideas now, but we'll talk about it when Nu Lin returns. Knight Sorrow knew that Sandalwood was worried. The members of the god-slaying team cultivated every day and worked hard to improve their cultivation. Because the level of the people around Knight Sorrow was too high, the battle had nothing to do with them. On this day, after Knight Sorrow arranged for some people to collect some materials, a guest came to the Nine Chong Pavilion. It was Long Jean. Knight Sorrow received him politely. However, Long Jean wasn't there as a guest. He was there to join Knight Sorrow. He wanted to train himself at a higher level. After thinking about it, Knight Sorrow agreed and put Long Jean in the god-slaying team. He admired Long Jin's character. Men had to be brave. Only then would they be able to break through. The Nine Heavens army didn't make any moves. Qing Lin and Qing Luan were puzzled. They didn't know what was going on. Knight Sorrow aside, Sandalwood's personality shouldn't be like this. However, at this time, the Qing Emperor's dynasty announced that the new commander of the Nine Heavens army was Knight Sorrow, not Sandalwood. Seems like Sandalwood's temperament has changed after being locked up for so many years. If he doesn't stir up trouble, Knight Sorrow won't be able to do anything. We'll just occupy the defense area and refuse to give it to them. Then we'll just give them some horns and let them bury themselves in the mud. Qing Lin slammed the table and said. The Nine Heavens army won't submit to anyone easily. From the way they left here, we can see how bad they are. Even with Sandalwood suppression, it won't last long. Knight Sorrow, he's not good enough. He's far from enough. They're destroying their own foundation. Our chance is here. After hearing the news, Qing Luan was excited. She felt that if she and Qing Lin couldn't control the Nine Heavens army, Knight Sorrow wouldn't be able to control them either. Knight Sorrow was doing his homework, preparing to conquer Heaven Tiger Pass. Half a month later, Nu Lin came back with a brother. The two of them had cultivated a secret technique and had the illusion body. The illusion body didn't have the ability to fight, but it was good at hiding. The two of them recorded the situation inside Heaven Tiger Pass and the deployment of the army. Holding the layout of Heaven Tiger Pass, Night Sorrow compared it with the old map. The terrain wasn't much different. The only difference was some buildings and deployments. Night Sorrow held the layout and made markings on it. He was thinking about the deployment and route of the attack. Nu Lin shook his head at Sandalwood and the three generals of the Nine Heavens army. He estimated that even without the stronghold, the Nine Heavens army would have to suffer some losses if they wanted to take down Heaven Tiger Pass. Now that Heaven Tiger Pass was surrounded by a large formation, it wasn't suitable for attacking. If they attacked, the Nine Heavens army would suffer great losses. Sandalwood didn't say anything and continued to watch Night Sorrow make markings and deployments. After an hour, Night Sorrow raised his head and said, "That's it. I have a plan now." "Commander, it's not wise to fight head-on when we know we can't win," Nu Lin said. "Let me finish first. War can be divided into soft power and hard power. Hard power is a comparison of military power, while soft power is some external factors. Heaven Tiger Pass is an external factor that increases the enemy's strength. We can use the soft power that we can use to weaken the enemy and increase our own strength," Night Sorrow said after glancing at the map. "Okay, tell me about it." Sandalwood interrupted Nu Lin, who was about to continue. "Heaven Tiger Pass is a strong stronghold. First, we have to break the defensive power of their stronghold and turn it into a decoration." Night Sorrow knocked on the map and said, "How is that possible? The quality of the soldiers in Heaven Tiger Pass is not as high as our Nine Heavens army, but their numbers are terrifying." Nu Lin shook his head. "Others can't do it, but I can." Night Sorrow looked at Nu Lin and said, Chapter 1158. Come, everyone, sit down. Let's discuss openly today. Night Sorrow is the new commander of the Nine Heavens army, and I support him. However, the subordinates of the Nine Heavens army are all old brothers, and I respect that. He waved his hand for everyone to sit. Night Sorrow nodded and said, "Then I'll tell you what I think. If you don't agree, I won't insist." Night Sorrow planned to sneak into Sky Tiger Pass and set up a concealment formation. Then, he would set up a teleportation formation and teleport everyone in the Nine Heavens army inside. That was the first step. The second step was not to rush into battle. He would set up formations in all the important military camps. Once the formations were activated, the enemy's army would be divided. The official battle plan was to first destroy the enemy's teleportation formation. Then, the Nine Heavens army would use their advantage to slowly erode the enemy's army. That would minimize the Nine Heavens army's losses. "Commander, this is very difficult. First of all, we can't enter. Even if there are people with high cultivation who can enter, the requirements for those who enter are extremely high because ordinary arrays can't trap the sovereign king." Qin Lei Tang said. "That's right. Sky Tiger Pass is a meteorite iron wall. It's surrounded by a large formation. It's called the Sky Lock Formation. We can't fly or pass through it. I was able to get in because I was an illusion." Nu Lin shook his head. "I'll do it. If I succeed, we'll fight. If I can't, just pretend I didn't say anything," Night Sorrow said to Nu Lin and the other three generals. "Commander, you're the commander. How can the commander fight before the army moves?" Monarch Wei Wei shook his head. "Commanders are soldiers too. We just have different roles. Let me talk about my situation first. I'm king, a time and space dual attribute alchemist and blacksmith. I'm also a Sky Master alchemist. So, I'll be the one to increase our soft power. This is the responsibility of a commander, Night Sorrow said. No. Nu Lin still shook his head. How about this? I'll go with you. Even if we fail, we can bring you back, Sandalwood said. After Zhang Tan spoke, the 4 generals of the 9 Heavens army stopped objecting. General Nu Lin, do you have the guts to come with me? Night Sorrow rolled up the blueprint and smiled at Nu Lin. Of course, that's not a problem. I didn't support the commander's point of view because it involved the lives of countless soldiers in the 9 Heavens army. Now, I'm an individual. What am I afraid of? Nu Lin patted his chest and said. All right, everyone, stand by and prepare for battle. Senior brother, Furious Qilin Legion Commander, let's go, Yishang said. Your subordinate wants to follow as well, said Summer City, who had been strolling outside. After thinking for a while, Night Sorrow didn't refuse. This was something he couldn't refuse. After using the teleportation array twice, the 4 of them flew towards the Heaven Tiger Pass. The distance was still quite far. The 4 of them flew for a day before arriving at the outer region of the Heaven Tiger Pass. Next, I'll have to trouble everyone. After setting up an illusion array and a teleportation array and inserting the teleportation crystal, Night Sorrow waved his arm and the dragon cauldron circled around him. These are all spatial treasures. Summer City looked at the dragon cauldron and asked. Yes, I'll let the weapon spirit open it up to you. Everyone will know what's going on outside, Night Sorrow said. No problem. Sandalwood's body flashed and she entered the dragon cauldron. Summer City and Nu Lin also entered without hesitation. Drink tea or drink wine. Do as you please. Night Sorrow threw the tea and wine into the dragon cauldron. Then, with a slash of his right arm, he tore open space and flew in space. The spatial turbulence in the paramount world was very strong. Ordinary king couldn't fly in it, but Night Sorrow could. This was the strength of a spatial king. In addition, he had the time and space precepts to protect him. The spatial turbulence's suppression on him was still within his limits. After flying for 2 hours, Night Sorrow let the dragon cauldron suppress the spatial turbulence. He entered the dragon cauldron and drank some tea to recover. Then, he continued flying in the spatial turbulence. Night Sorrow entered the spatial turbulence early because he didn't want to be discovered by the spies in the Heaven Tiger Pass. Looking at the original chapter, square root Z, this commander-in-chief's strength is indeed strong. Ordinary mid-level king can't do this, Nu Lin said. He's an idiot. How can he be my junior? Am I an idiot too? Sandalwood glared at Nu Lin. Nu Lin smiled embarrassedly. Stop arguing, you two. We've reached the key area. The Heavenlock Matrix is just ahead. Let's see how His Highness will get through it. Summer City waved her hand and interrupted the conversation between Sandalwood and Nu Lin. Night Sorrow also felt that the spatial turbulence's pressure had increased. He couldn't fly at all. It was probably the effect of the Matrix's seal. Open. With a low roar, Night Sorrow activated Spatial Rend. He tore open the reinforced spatial turbulence and continued forward. After using Spatial Rend 5 times, Night Sorrow finally got through the reinforced spatial turbulence. At this point, his spatial energy was almost exhausted. That's it. Nu Lin's eyes widened. He was able to enter Sky Tiger Pass because he used Phantom Body. Phantom Body had no energy, so he had to hide behind the Red Emperor spies. Night Sorrow had used brute force to get through. Power. This power is scary, but it's not the hardest part. Sandalwood nodded. The hardest part is how to break through the spatial barrier. It's easy to break through, but it's difficult to not create energy waves. If there is energy waves, we'll be discovered. Summer City's eyes were full of worry. He wasn't worried about Night Sorrow's safety. He was worried about Night Sorrow's failure. This battle was very important to Night Sorrow. 9 Heaven Army wanted to use this battle to solidify their position as the #1 army. Night Sorrow wanted to prove himself in front of the soldiers of 9 Heaven Army. After entering Sky Tiger Pass, Night Sorrow let the Dragon Cauldron continue to suppress the spatial turbulence. He went to rest. Junior brother, not bad. Don't rush. Let's take it slow and seize the opportunity. Sandalwood patted Night Sorrow's shoulder. Our next target is their large military field. They only use it when they're fighting. It's very suitable for our rendezvous point, Night Sorrow said after taking out the map and looking at it for a moment. Sky Tiger Pass military field was very big. It could hold tens of thousands of people. Because of the large area, they could set up an illusion formation and teleport their own people in without being discovered. We'll do as you say. Sandalwood was excited. He hadn't done something like this for many years. He was excited. After drinking a few sips of tea, Night Sorrow sat down to recover. After recovering, Night Sorrow continued to travel through the spatial turbulence. He was extremely fast. Even though Sky Tiger Pass was a small city with an area of 10,000 miles, Night Sorrow arrived at his destination in 15 minutes. The crucial moment had arrived. Now, it was up to Night Sorrow to get out and set up the formation. Sandalwood looked at Night Sorrow's silhouette in the spatial turbulence. Summer City and New Lynn were also looking. They knew that there was no one around, but the ripples in the spatial turbulence couldn't be hidden from monarchs. There would be some monarchs in Sky Tiger Pass. Chapter 1159. Genius 1 second. Remember, for you to read. Taking a deep breath, Night Sorrow took out the space splitter and stretched his right arm forward. He condensed his Shin Chi and controlled the quantity, then used the Void Extreme Kill. As the purple dot jumped, the spatial barrier was melted into a small black dot. Now was the time. This was the chance Night Sorrow needed. He flashed into the 8-Dragon Cauldron and controlled the 8-Dragon Cauldron, which had shrunk to the size of a grain of sand, to rush out of the spatial turbulence and into the world of Heaven Tiger Pass. Phew! Let's see if anyone is here to investigate, Night Sorrow said after taking 2 deep breaths. No, there are almost no fluctuations. We won't be discovered. Your Highness, what's that move? Summer City asked. It's a special battle technique. I'll start setting up the array in a moment, Night Sorrow said with a smile. Be careful, Commander, New Lin said. He felt that they could succeed as long as they were careful. As long as Night Sorrow made the first move, the 9 Heavens army would be useless if they couldn't take down Heaven Tiger Pass. He also knew why Night Sorrow had brought him here. He wanted him to watch the whole process. When the battle started, he wouldn't refute and would only support. After waiting for a while and making sure that no one had discovered them, Night Sorrow controlled the 8-Dragon Cauldron and moved it to the inner part of the field. He began to move. Night Sorrow was setting up the array in the 8-Dragon Cauldron. He kept throwing out spirit stones. The field was very hard, but Night Sorrow's energy had the ability to cut through space. It was no problem for him to penetrate deep into the ground. 15 minutes later, Night Sorrow looked at Sandalwood and the other 2. Whether we're discovered or not depends on this hammer. After speaking, Night Sorrow threw out a spirit stone. This was the spirit stone to activate a small 1000 development illusionary array. It was the last array foundation of the array. The space fluctuated for a while and stabilized. Night Sorrow also flashed out of the 8-Dragon Cauldron and stood in the array. At this time, a group of people came to the edge of the field. They took a look and left. They had felt the energy fluctuations, but they were not strong. They thought that it might have been caused by someone's cultivation and left. Night Sorrow shook the 8-dragon cauldron and brought Sandalwood and the others out. They can't see us. Now is the time for us to carry out our plan, Night Sorrow said excitedly. Very good. We have a high chance of winning. Everything else aside, once we set up the teleportation array, we will start the battle. Without the defensive array of Sky Tiger Pass, our 9 Heavens Legion will not be afraid of them. Nu Lin was also very excited. No. It's best we leave some backup plans and make more preparations. That will reduce our losses. Night Sorrow shook his head as he continued setting up and expanding the array formation. Summer City also had things to do. Every time Night Sorrow set up an array formation, he would use his will and rule power to help hide the energy fluctuations. This was different from when he tore open the space barrier. That was the energy fluctuations between 2 worlds. He could not help hide it, but now he could help. 4 hours later, a large illusion array with a diameter of more than 10 miles was set up by Night Sorrow. In the middle of the illusion array, Night Sorrow also set up a teleportation array. After setting up the teleportation crystal, the crystal lit up. Forever be forever free read novel, what's the next step? Nu Lin's face was red. He was too excited. It was almost time for him to make a name for himself. Night Sorrow said, next, I'll need your help. Senior brother, go to the Qing Emperor's palace and apply for a battle. Also, tell him about the defense area. Also, Nu Lin Monarch, teleport back and find someone to set up a teleportation array so that our men can enter the battle quickly. Junior brother, you have to be the one to request the battle. You are the commander of the army. If you want to slap someone in the face, it will only hurt you. Once Nu Lin finishes setting up the teleportation formation, we can go back together and request the battle. It won't take much time. Sandalwood looked at Night Sorrow and shook his head. Night Sorrow said, that's fine. Our next target is the Sky Tiger Army's 4 barracks. When the battle starts, they won't be able to coordinate with each other. It'll be easier for us. Next, Yi Shang entered the 8-dragon cauldron. He led Sandalwood and Xia Qing, who had also entered, to the nearest military camp. Then, he began to set up the array formation. This time, Yi Shang set up the Heavenly Adept Great Thousand Diffraction Array formation that he had developed after his array formation cultivation had advanced. Normally, it would be difficult to set up an array formation in a barracks because there were many experts. However, because there were so many experts, no one was on guard. Everyone thought that the small energy fluctuations were caused by cultivation. Night Sorrow used half a day to set up an array formation around the barracks. Back in the 8-dragon cauldron, Night Sorrow knocked his forehead. I can't go on. I didn't bring enough spirit stones. The 9 Heavens Army's resources are managed by the 4 generals. I don't have any with me. Sandalwood was stunned when he heard Night Sorrow's words. Don't worry. There's something I haven't told you yet. You took His Majesty's reward and the Samsara token. Manager, he didn't think it was safe for her to keep the 30,000 sacred spirit stones, so she left them with me. Summer City took out a storage ring and handed it to Night Sorrow. You came at the right time, so we can continue. Senior brother, Uncle Xia, remember the location of the formation. Once the battle starts, don't worry about anything else. Just insert 2 Holy Spirit stones filled with energy into the ground of the formation and the formation will be activated. Only a few soldiers in this camp will be able to escape, said Yishan. Night Sorrow then used 3 days to set up the cutting array formation in the other 3 barracks. After returning to the illusion array, Night Sorrow let Sandalwood and Uncle Xia out. He brewed a pot of tea and thought. At that moment, Nu Lin arrived with the other 3 generals. "Commander, when are we going to fight?" Qin Leitang asked. "I forgot about a very important issue," Knight Sorrow said with a sigh. "Junior brother, the cutting array formation in the barracks are set up. Is there anything that can affect the battle?" Sandalwood asked. "My idea has always been to fight and take it. But how do we defend it after we take it? The 2 sides of Heaven Tiger Pass are ancient glaciers that cannot be crossed. Therefore, this canyon became a natural stronghold. The Crimson Emperor Kingdom has been operating for countless years, and it is all about defense. The direction of the stronghold's defense is facing our Azure Imperial Dynasty, and they don't have any defenses against themselves. This led to the fact that after we took it, there was no natural defense. If they want to fight, they will fight. How many people do we have in the 9 Heavens Legion to fight them?" Knight Sorrow's words made them fall into deep thought. This was indeed a difficult problem. "I can set up some arrays, but they're not good enough. I can only use them in the middle of a battle. If I just leave them there and wait for them to break, they won't be able to do it." "I don't have that ability," Knight Sorrow explained. "Your Highness, I'm sorry. I only know how to fight. I don't know how to set up arrays," Summer City said apologetically. "How about this? We'll report this to His Majesty. If we can't defend it, then we'll destroy it. No one will want this stronghold in the future. If we want to fight, then we'll fight to our heart's content. Our 9 Heavens army has never been afraid of anyone," Tranquility said. Chapter 1160. Genius 1 second. Remember, I'll bring you an exciting novel. Good. I also need to prepare a battle report. Jean Tan nodded. All of you wait here quietly. Don't do anything rash. Knight Sorrow looked at the 9 Heavens Army's sovereigns and said, "Your Highnesses, please go quickly. I'm in a hurry." Wei Wei said. Knight Sorrow and Jean Tan sat on the teleportation formation set up by the 9 Heavens Army's formation master and returned to the 9 Heavens building. After a short discussion, Knight Sorrow and Jean Tan arrived at the Qing Emperor's palace's military headquarters. The Azure Supreme the Arch Dynasty was a huge peak faction, a super dynasty. Without the Azure Supreme Thearcha's interference, everything was run independently. There were also officials overseeing everything. When the 2 arrived at the military headquarters, a few elders stood up to greet Knight Sorrow and Jean Tan. Knight Sorrow and Jean Tan returned the greeting and sat down. "I'm Military Commander Tan Lin. Your Highnesses should be here for the 9 Heavens Army's defensive zone, right?" An elder from the military headquarters asked. "Yes. Call Qing Lin and Qing Luan over." Jean Tan pulled Knight Sorrow and sat down. Tan Lin nodded and sent someone to inform Qing Lin and Qing Luan. Now that there were 2 armies in the empire, the Qilin army naturally couldn't monopolize the defensive zone. After Qing Lin received the message, he informed Qing Luan and the 2 met at Qing Lin Palace. They should be asking for a defensive zone. "Brother, you can say that our defense is very good. Give them a barren zone. They can take it or leave it," Qing Luan said. Qing Lin nodded. He had the same idea. If they insisted on arguing over a defensive zone, Jean Tan and Knight Sorrow would lose face. It wouldn't be easy for them to build up their reputation again. When they arrived at the military headquarters, the 4 princes sat on the 2 sides of a long table. Below them were some officials from the military headquarters. "Your Highnesses, please take a look at the defensive zones. After that, you all can discuss how to divide the defensive zones," Tan Lin said as he took out a military blueprint and placed it on the table. "Our Lin Yuan army has defended Dynasty's territory well. Now that the 9 Heavens army wants to take over, it will mess up our original plan. Let's find a place that won't affect the current situation. Green Unicorn immediately rejected the idea of taking action in Dynasty's territory. Is the situation good now? I haven't participated in any wars for 5 million years. Qinglin, what territory have you guys taken for Dynasty? This used to belong to Dynasty, and this used to belong to Dynasty. But now, it belongs to someone else. Is it because you're not capable enough, or did you give it to them? Zhang Tan pointed at a few spots on the map. What do you mean? Qinglin was embarrassed by Si Tan's words. I just wanted to tell you to behave yourself in front of me. Don't be so arrogant. If it wasn't for my master, you're just a piece of shit. Zhang Tan stood up and pointed at Qinglin. You've gone too far. Qinglin stood up too. Defense zone, 9 Heavens Army wants it here. Zhang Tan looked at Qinglin Crown Prince and pointed at the map. Impossible. That's the area that I've guarded for 5 million years. You want it? Impossible. Qinglin shouted as he looked at the area that Zhang Tan pointed at. Don't be so arrogant. Why should you take it just because you want it? Green Phoenix stood up too. I won't bully you guys. Night Sorrow, tell them why. Zhang Tan nodded at Night Sorrow. Generals, in this area, the Qing Emperor's dynasty has always been suppressed. We've always been on the defensive. The Green Qilin army can't change this situation. The resources that we've used up every year are a burden to the dynasty. Therefore, the 9 Heavens army wants to take over and change this, Night Sorrow said. The Green Qilin army can't change this, but you can. Qinglin looked at Night Sorrow with disdain. The Red Emperor's country has always been plundering the Qing Emperor's dynasty using Heaven Tiger Pass as proof. You guys can't change this, but I can. Therefore, you have to give it up, Night Sorrow said. Head. Hair, shameless boasting. If you can take it, the Lin One army will give you the area you want. If you can't, then don't talk so big in the future. The 9 Heavens army will retreat when they see the Lin One army. Qinglin slammed the table and shouted. Insulting Night Sorrow is nothing, but insulting the soldiers of the 9 Heavens army. Qinglin, you're really something. Since you said that, I have something to say too. What if I take it down? I won't ask the Lin One army to do anything, but you'll take a detour when you see the 9 Heavens war flag. Do you dare bet? Night Sorrow looked at Qinglin coldly. Do you think I'm afraid of trash like you? I'll give you 1 month. If you can't take down Heaven Tiger Pass in 1 month, then scram, Qinglin shouted again. Military officials, we're all witnesses to today's bet. It's settled. Zhang Tan stood up and said. The military officials all stood up and cupped their hands. They knew that the army's defense area would be a big problem, but they didn't expect the conflict to be so intense. Junior brother, have some tea with master. We're going to work. Zhang Tan called out to Night Sorrow, and the two of them walked towards the Azure Sky Pavilion. The two of them stood outside the pavilion for a while, then Xian Daozi invited them in. Did you have a fight? Night Sorrow, what are you planning to do? Qing Emperor looked at Night Sorrow and asked. I'm here today to ask Master some questions. Master, please make a decision. Night Sorrow bowed. You're both important. I won't ask about what's going on between you two. Qing Emperor shook his head. He was worried that Night Sorrow would have concerns. I'm not asking about that. I'm asking if the Qing Emperor's dynasty wants Heaven Tiger Pass, Night Sorrow said. Yes or no? Do you have to just say it? Qing Emperor looked surprised. Master, if you say no, I'll turn it into a wasteland. If you want it, then you'll have to think of something, Night Sorrow said. you can turn it into a wasteland. Qing Emperor stood up. He didn't ask about the war between the dynasties, but he knew how important Heaven Tiger Pass was to the Red Emperor's kingdom and Qing Emperor's dynasty. He knew how much influence it had. Yes, I've already made some preparations. I wanted to take it, but I can't. Heaven Tiger Pass is currently defending against the Qing Emperor's dynasty. They don't have any defenses against themselves. If I take it down, I won't be able to defend it. If it falls into their hands, it'll be a threat to us. Knight Sorrow took out the map of Heaven Tiger Pass and placed it on the table. Then, he pointed out the key points. Knight Sorrow, Master, this is a good map. Why are you messing it up? Xian Daozi looked at the map and pouted. This isn't messing it up. The places marked here are areas that you can control, Shan Tan said with a smile. What? Knight Sorrow, you can control these places. Qing Emperor looked at Knight Sorrow with surprise. Chapter 1161. Genius 1 second. Remember, I'll bring you an exciting novel. How can we give up Sky Tiger Pass? We have to. They spent a lot of effort and resources to build it. It would be a pity to destroy it. The Sky Tiger Pass is a natural formation, but I've studied it and can change it to our advantage. As long as you can take it down, I'll find a way to help you build the defense. If you need resources and manpower, the dynasty will provide it. The Qing Emperor made his decision. Okay, then I'll wait for the news. Knight Sorrow bowed. Knight Sorrow, once this matter is settled, I will help you forge a monarch-ranked battle suit. This is the array disc for the Great Disorienting Fog Array. After taking down Heaven Tiger Pass, release the Disorienting Fog Array in the area you need to defend. Then, inform me. The Azure Supreme the Arch handed Knight Sorrow an array disc. Thank you, Master. I'll take my leave. Knight Sorrow nodded. Knight Sorrow and Sandal returned to the 9-story tower. They each drank a jar of wine at the corner of the tower with the Jyotian battle flag. After drinking, Knight Sorrow and Sandal teleported back to Sky Tiger Pass. Commander, when are we going to fight? Sky Tiger Pass is right in front of us. Nu Lin was a little anxious. Knight Sorrow then told them about the Qing Emperor's decision. Commander, please give the order. Nu Lin and the other 3 bowed. Send the people here now. I'll go to the commander's office to poison them. Then we'll start the fight. Knight Sorrow said. Junior brother, we can't do that. You can't use poison in the world of samsara unless you're a practitioner of poison. There's no restriction in individual fights, but if you use poison in a group fight, you'll be a public enemy. That's the rule. Sandal pulled Knight Sorrow back. Then we can only fight according to the current situation. Send the people here first and then assign the task. Knight Sorrow nodded. The 9 Heavens Legion, who were already prepared, quickly teleported into the illusion array. Although it was a little crowded, it was still very quiet. Next, we'll arrange for the battle. 2 military regions will attack one of the enemy's armies in a pincer attack. We'll fight according to the arrangement of the military camps. The 2 armies will be led by 1 army commander. Thunder Army Commander, you'll lead the Thunder Army and Ding Xiang Army to attack this place. Knight Sorrow pointed at Sky Tiger Stronghold's northwest military camp on the map. I promise to complete the mission. Qin Leitang tapped his chest armor. General Tranquility, lead the Angry Lin Army and the Tranquility Army to attack the southeast barracks. Knight Sorrow gave Tranquility the mission. I promise to complete the mission. Tranquility tapped his chest plate with his left hand. Remember one thing. If something unexpected happens and you can't hold on any longer, just pour your energy into the ground and hit 2 Holy Spirit stones. That way, you'll be able to trap the enemy, Knight Sorrow instructed Qin Lei Tang and In Ping. Where is your subordinate? Nu Lin asked. Don't rush. One by one. After the battle begins, senior brother, Old Summer, you two will activate the killing array outside the southwest and northeast barracks and trap the enemy. Me, General Nu Lin Army Commander, and General Wei Wei will destroy the teleportation array. Then, we'll meet up at the Stronghold Commander's office. That's where the battle will take place, Knight Sorrow said to Zhan Tan and Summer City. Okay. Zhan Tan nodded. Your Highness, be careful. Your subordinate will go and complete the mission Your Highness has assigned. Although Summer City wasn't willing, he couldn't go against Knight Sorrow's will at this time. Brothers, I, Knight Sorrow, am very sorry. My combat power is limited, so I'll have to rely on everyone for the upcoming battle. I only have one request, and that is to stay alive. After the battle, everyone must stay alive. Knight Sorrow turned around and bowed to the Nine Heavens Legion. Everyone bowed back to Knight Sorrow. Also, General Lei Ting and General Wei Ning, be careful. If the northwest and southeast barracks don't have any sovereigns, then you must support the Stronghold Commander's office as soon as possible. Their experts might be at the Stronghold Commander's office, Knight Sorrow reminded Qin Lei Ting and Wei Ning. Your subordinate understands. Qin Lei Ting and Wei Ning nodded. Draw your weapons and raise your battle flag. Let's fight. Knight Sorrow shouted and opened up a gap in the illusion array. As for the teleportation array, Knight Sorrow didn't send anyone to guard it because Sky Tiger Pass didn't have the ability to counterattack. Once the illusion array was opened, the Nine Heavens Legion moved. Knight Sorrow flew towards the teleportation array while Nu Lin Army Commander and Wei 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 followed closely behind Knight Sorrow. After arriving at the teleportation formation, Nu Lin's giant halberd slashed towards the two monarchs guarding the teleportation formation. Wei Wei waved his sharp sword and killed some of the guards with his sword chi. Knight Sorrow arrived at the teleportation formation and removed a few teleportation crystals. Then, he destroyed the teleportation formation. Alright, let's go to the Stronghold Commander's office. Once we take it down, the situation will be settled. Knight Sorrow said and flew towards the Stronghold Commander's office. Commander, slow down. Nu Lin Army Commander rode his beast and followed Knight Sorrow. He was afraid that if something happened to Knight Sorrow, then Zhan Tan wouldn't forgive him and the Qing Emperor would take care of her. After flying for a while, Summer City and Zhan Tan arrived. The two of them were there to complete their mission, but they were also worried about Knight Sorrow's safety. This was a battle between King and Overlord level. Knight Sorrow's 2-star King was too weak. If the Overlord level attacked, he would die in one hit. Then, the few of them arrived at the Stronghold Commander's office. At this time, the Sky Tiger Pass was filled with whistles, drums, and thunder. Everyone knew that they had been ambushed. When Knight Sorrow and the others arrived, 3 people walked out of the Stronghold Commander's office. Summer City. You are here to do such a sneaky thing. An old man looked at Summer City and said. Jiangjing, aren't you here too? Summer City waved his sword and said. I am Majesty 4's protector. Majesty 4 is the commander. Of course, I am here. The old man with a cold aura, Jiangjing, said. What a coincidence. I am Knight Sorrow's protector. He is the commander of the Nine Heavens Army. So, I am here. No need to say anything. Let's fight. Summer City waved his sword and slashed at the old man. You will all die today. Zhan Tan also held his blood-red sword in his hand. Zhan Tan. Your Majesty, let's go. He is Zhan Tan. Seeing Zhan Tan's sword, Jiangjing shouted. Zhan Tan. Are you crazy? The white-clothed youth standing in front of the stronghold commander's office said. I am crazy, but I am fine. Jean Tan said. It is not a shame that I lost to you. The white-clothed man's face was very calm. Chiwa, you are wrong. You did not lose to me. You lost to my junior brother, Night Sorrow. Jean Tan pointed at Night Sorrow with his left hand. Night Sorrow. 9 Domain World's Night Sorrow. Seems like you are doing well in the Qing Emperor's dynasty. You didn't handle the red capital matter well and ended up in the Qing Emperor's dynasty. The white-clothed man looked at Night Sorrow and thought of something. I will kill you today. Nu Lin waved his halberd and slashed at Chiwa. However, another man beside Chiwa stopped Nu Lin. Chapter 1162. Genius 1 second. Remember, I'll bring you an exciting novel to read. Wei Wei, protect His Highness Night Sorrow. Sandalwood brandished her blade. The blood-red blade carried a soul-shaking aura. There were even black threads circulating within the blade. Destruction energy. Although it was only a small amount, Night Sorrow knew that it was destruction energy. Night Sorrow finally understood why Sandalwood was so famous. It was because her attributes and willpower were strong. The intensity of her attacks was not something an ordinary cultivator could possess. Your Highness, run! Jiang Jing roared. His roar was filled with despair because Summer City had already chopped off his left shoulder and arm. After shouting, his body was shrouded in blood as he tried to escape. Do you think you can escape today? Universe's 7 murders. Summer City brandished his blade and executed his ultimate move. It was considered a test since Jiang Zheng was not on the same level as the Zhangyan monarch. He had to be cautious. As Summer City executed his ultimate move, the heavily injured Jiang Zheng's body was sliced into pieces. However, Summer City, who had taken his weapon and interspatial ring, knew that it was only his combat doppelganger that was killed. At this moment, Sandalwood had also killed White Robe Chiwa. Chiwa attacked a few times to test the waters. He didn't dodge and allowed Sandalwood's blade to kill him. The one that died was also his combat doppelganger. Nu Lin had also finished his battle. Nu Lin, Wei Wei, go back to your respective legions. Without their commanders here, Lei Ting and Calm Peace Legion will be under pressure, Night Sorrow said to Nu Lin and Wei Wei. The two of you can go. Elder Xia and I will stay here. Night Sorrow's safety is not a problem. The 3 of us will occupy the stronghold commander's residence. Sandalwood nodded when she saw Nu Lin and Wei Wei looking at Night Sorrow. After dealing with the 2 barracks, the 2 of you will surround the nearest barracks. Take care of the soldiers that rush out. Don't let a single one escape. If you can subdue them, tie them up. Do you have any ideas? Night Sorrow asked. Yes, Commander, don't worry. Nu Lin and Wei Wei nodded. They now admired Night Sorrow from the bottom of their hearts. The army needed such a strategist. Summer City and Sandalwood followed Night Sorrow into the stronghold commander's office. The 2 of them were filled with killing intent, and they killed anyone they saw. Moments later, the commander-in-chief's residence was taken down. Those who weren't killed were sent to the courtyard. There was a group of people kneeling there, as well as some women. These were Chiwa's family members. All of you, quiet down. War is cruel, but I won't harm the innocent. Uncle Xia, watch this place. No one is allowed to touch the resources of the Commander-in-Chief's office, Night Sorrow said to Summer City. What about you, Your Highness? Summer City did not want to leave Night Sorrow's side. Senior brother and I will go to the other battlefield to take a look. There are still 2 troops trapped by the Death Trap array that need to be dealt with. We will come over once we are done, Night Sorrow said. Summer City thought for a moment and nodded. With Sandalwood by Night Sorrow's side, it was unrealistic for anyone to touch Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow arrived at the Northwest military camp and realized that the battle had already ended. A few large metal cages were filled with captives. A small group of Thunder Army soldiers was guarding them. The leader of the guards was Ah Chio. Greetings, Commander. Ah Chio and his men bowed to Night Sorrow. Watch them well and don't mistreat them. Soldiers who protect their country deserve respect. After the battle, there will be appropriate arrangements, Night Sorrow said to Ah Chio. Soon after, Night Sorrow arrived at the Northeast Barracks, where the battle was still going on. Qin Leitang and Wei Wei led the Thunder Army and Ding Xiang Army to surround the perimeter of the confinement-killing array. They captured and killed the soldiers who rushed out. Commander, you are here. Everything is going well, Qin Leitang said as he waved the large sword in his hand. How are the casualties? Night Sorrow asked. This was what he was most worried about. He didn't want his brothers who came with him to be carried back. There are very few deaths. Some are seriously injured, but more are lightly injured. Qin Leitang's face was filled with excitement when he said this. That's good. We will continue to deal with them in this manner. When there are no more enemies rushing out and there are no more experts left inside, we will release the Death Trap array and wipe them all out. Night Sorrow waved his arm. Yes. Qin Leitang and Wei Wei bowed. All right, I will go to the battlefield of the angry Qilin army to take a look. Another small group will be sent to the Stronghold Commander's office to maintain order. Night Sorrow instructed and went to the battlefield of the angry Qilin army and Ning with Sandalwood. The situation at the southwest military camp where the angry Qilin army and Ping army were was similar to Qin Leitang's. Night Sorrow arranged for the heavily injured to rest. They would first surround and kill them, then release the Death Trap array and finish them off once and for all. Following which, Yishang and Santan flew along the terrain of the Heaven Tiger Pass. When they reached the edge of the city, Yishang took out the arrayed disc that the Azure Supreme the Arch had given him and threw it into the air to activate it. The array was activated and a fog shrouded the surroundings. After doing this, Night Sorrow and Sandalwood returned to the Stronghold Commander's office. At this time, the Nine Heavens war flag was erected in the corner of the Stronghold Commander's office. The outcome is set. Junior brother, you did well. Sandalwood patted Night Sorrow's shoulder. He was quite impressed. Sandalwood was an invincible commander with tyrannical combat strength. He was good at fighting and killing. He couldn't have used tactics like Night Sorrow to easily end the battle with almost no casualties. Senior brother, don't praise me. The Nine Heavens army is strong enough. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to win this battle. Night Sorrow smiled and shook his head. In the main hall of the Stronghold Commander's office, Summer City hugged his sword and sat. When he saw Night Sorrow and Sandalwood enter the hall, he stood up. Uncle Xia, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip and tell Master that Heaven Tiger Pass has been taken. Now, we need to hurry up and figure out how to build a defense. Otherwise, when the enemy counterattacks, our great fog array alone won't be enough, Yishan said to Xia Qing. Okay, I will go immediately. Your Highness, please don't leave Princess Sandalwood and the other commanders. Safety is important. Summer City reminded Yishuan before leaving. Senior brother, after taking down this place, we can use it as a base to attack and defend. It will also be convenient for us to fight against the Dark Abyss, Night Sorrow said. Soldiers always want to make a name for themselves in their first battle. Junior brother, you are ruthless enough. You are destined to be recorded in the history of the Qing Emperor's dynasty, Sandalwood said. Night Sorrow and Sandalwood then walked around the Stronghold Commander's office. Sandalwood didn't know what Night Sorrow was doing. However, after walking for a while, Night Sorrow's face changed. Senior brother, attack the ground. There really is a teleportation portal. Night Sorrow held the sky splitter and attacked the ground. When Sandalwood heard Night Sorrow's words, her face changed as well. She slashed the ground with her battle sword. A few feet away, Night Sorrow and Sandalwood slashed through the ground. It was an underground armory. There was a teleportation portal in the middle. There were a few guards on both sides of the portal. One was an overlord and the other was a king. Kill! Sandalwood's battle sword slashed towards the guards. The guards' faces changed. They didn't expect to be discovered so quickly. They could only fight with their weapons. Chapter 1163. Genius 1 second. Remember, I'll bring you an exciting novel. The guards were pushed back by Sandalwood, giving Night Sorrow a chance. When Night Sorrow destroyed the teleportation formation, the guards' expressions changed. We don't have a chance. He's escaped. I'll hold him back. You guys kill that one. He's the key. The Sovereign Lord saw that the teleportation formation was destroyed and shouted, then pounced on Sandalwood. At this moment, Night Sorrow used the spatial rend to charge upwards. He could not see the cultivation levels of the guards. What else could he do other than run? All of you must die. Sandalwood waved his battle saber and slashed at Night Sorrow's back. He was covering for Night Sorrow. He could not stop all of them, so he could only stop most of them. Night Sorrow came out of the ground, turned around, and used the ultimate kill. Killing one is enough. King, who had dodged Sandalwood's attack and caught up to Night Sorrow, swung his sword. The difference between their cultivation levels was too great. This man's sword had forced Night Sorrow back. If it weren't for the spatial shockwave behind Night Sorrow's Heavenly Desolation absolute kill, he would have been severely injured. Brothers, go! Sensing the intense energy waves, Chio and the rest immediately formed a battle formation to stop King from attacking Night Sorrow. Chio and the rest were not King's match. However, this king's target was Night Sorrow and did not attack Chio and the rest. Therefore, Chio and the rest were able to block him. The ground in the distance was shaking violently. The battle was still going on. Just as Yi Shang and the others were being suppressed by this sovereign king whose cultivation was unknown, Wei Wei appeared. She had originally come back to ask Yi Shang to release the death trap array, but when she saw the situation, she was instantly enraged. She waved her battle saber and suppressed this sovereign king. After a few slashes, she killed this sovereign king. At this moment, Sandalwood rushed out of the ground with his saber in hand. Junior brother, are you alright? Don't worry, I was right. They have a backup teleportation array, Night Sorrow said. Commander, what's going on? Wei Wei asked. I was worried that other than the teleportation array in the middle of the stronghold, there were other hidden teleportation arrays as well. I didn't have the time to conduct a large-scale search. Senior apprentice brother and I walked around the commander's manor and discovered a hidden teleportation array. Now, the hidden teleportation array has been destroyed. Night Sorrow let out a sigh of relief. If they hadn't discovered the hidden teleportation array, it would have been a huge problem. Fortunately, junior brother, you are fine. If something happened to you, how am I going to explain it to Master? Sandalwood was a little angry. The opponent had really caught Night Sorrow and tried to kill him. What Sandalwood and Night Sorrow didn't know was that after Chi-Hua returned, he had begun his counterattack. At this moment, he was mobilizing his men and had even instructed them to pay attention to a person called Night Sorrow. Therefore, the people guarding the teleportation array killed Night Sorrow as soon as they saw him. Commander, it's like this. We no longer have anyone who can escape from the death trap array. Therefore, I came to ask you to release the death trap array and finish them off, Wei Wei said. Alright, I'll release the array. It's better to finish them off as soon as possible. Night Sorrow nodded. Night Sorrow went to release the array and Sandalwood followed. He didn't dare to leave Night Sorrow's side. If an expert appeared, it would be troublesome. He didn't want the same thing to happen again. After that, Night Sorrow released the arrays of the two camps. The two armies of the Nine Heavens Legion didn't feel any pressure to kill one army that didn't have much strength left. The Nine Heavens Legion had cages that were specially used to detain prisoners. Night Sorrow had ordered that those who didn't resist were not to be killed. The furious Qilin army went to guard the area sealed off by the fog array. The Yinping army and Ding Xiang army went to maintain the peace of Heaven Tiger Pass. The other thing was to search for blind spots. Those who didn't wear the insignia of the Nine Heavens Legion were all captured and detained. Look at the original chapter. The Thunderbolt army was to guard the commander's manor and the prisoners. When Night Sorrow and Sandalwood returned to the commander's manor, they saw the Qing Emperor standing in the main hall. Summer City and Xian Daozi were standing to the side. Very good. The Qing Emperor's officials will arrive soon. I'll go set up the array. The impregnable pass has to face impregnable passes on both sides. The Qing Emperor nodded to Night Sorrow and left with Xian Daozi. Your Highness, someone just reported that you were attacked. Are you all right? Summer City asked Night Sorrow. With Senior Brother here, I'll be fine. Night Sorrow smiled. Soon, someone came to the commander's manor to report that the Qing Emperor's army and the Ministry of Works had sent people over. Night Sorrow arrived near the teleportation array. Your Highness, your subordinate Lin Hui from the Ministry of Works has been ordered to bring people here. His Majesty has ordered us to follow your Highness's orders. Lin Hui bowed. Your subordinate Tan Lin is now at your Highness's disposal. Tan Lin from the Ministry of Works had arrived. Sirs, please make the preparations. Deliver the materials and arrange for the workers. After that, go to the fog array to survey the terrain. Then, draw up the defensive blueprints. Night Sorrow said. After giving his instructions, Yi Shang returned to the commander's office. Now, he had to deal with a problem, which was how to deal with these captives. Senior Brother, I would like to ask, how do we deal with the prisoners in the past? Night Sorrow asked Sandalwood. It's simple. You either submit or kill them. There is no third option. Sandalwood said. No, there are so many of them. If we kill them if they don't submit, how many people will we have to kill? Night Sorrow shook his head and refused. He didn't want to break up other people's families because of him. The elderly would lose their children and the young would lose their father's love. Don't kill them. Let them go. Then no one will be afraid of your Nine Heavens army. They won't feel pressured to fight you. Soldiers don't kill. This won't work. Sandalwood looked at Night Sorrow and said. Senior Brother, I don't want to do things against my will. However, I won't harm the interests of the Qing Emperor's dynasty and Nine Heavens army. Night Sorrow sighed. Okay, think about it. Don't feel too pressured. If you don't want to do it, I will do it. Sandalwood said. Night Sorrow smiled at Sandalwood. He knew that this was his senior brother. He was willing to take on anything for him. Everything in Heaven Tiger Pass was proceeding in an orderly manner. Night Sorrow was still studying the blueprints of Heaven Tiger Pass. In the future, this would be the base of the Nine Heavens army. There were some problems that needed to be solved. Night Sorrow had already approved the blueprints from the Ministry of Works and the military department. The craftsmen had already begun construction on the other side of Heaven Tiger Pass. After 7 days, the Qing Emperor returned. The formation is complete. It is called the Great Emperor's Heaven Sealing Formation. It has the same effect as the Heaven Sealing Formation over there. This is a passageway formation plate. In other words, you need to activate the formation plate to open a path. If you want to go out and fight, you can go out and fight. Without the formation plate, you can't enter or leave. The Qing Emperor handed a formation plate to Knight Sorrow. Thank you, Master. Knight Sorrow took the formation plate and bowed to the Qing Emperor. As for the Heaven Sealing Formation, I will also take care of it. I will make it so that only those with the passageway formation plate can control it. Otherwise, it will be the Heaven Sealing Formation of our Qing Emperor's dynasty. The Qing Emperor said. Chapter 1164. Genius 1 second. Remember, for you to read. What's wrong? Qing Emperor asked. Master, it's my fault. I don't have a good idea on how to deal with the captives. Knight Sorrow said. I believe you can handle it well. I won't ask. Qing Supreme the Arch nodded. He had just heard Sandalwood's words and knew that Yi Shang would not face such a problem again. Shock. It was a real shock. The Azure Emperor dynasty was shaken. The 9 Heaven Legion, under the leadership of the new commander, His Highness Yi Shang, used only 1 day to take down the famous Heaven Tiger Pass in the world of Samsara. After the Heaven Tiger Pass was built in the Crimson Emperor dynasty, it had not changed owners for countless years. Now it was the Heaven Tiger Pass of the Azure Emperor dynasty. In Qinglin Palace, Qinglin was dispirited and his eyes were cold. Qingyuan sat beside him and didn't say anything. They didn't expect Knight Sorrow to really do it. He took down Heaven Tiger Pass in such a short time with the smallest price. The military department reported that less than 50 people died. This was less than 1% of the total number of casualties. This was a loss-free war. We lost. Qinglin took a sip of wine and said. Brother, we just lost. Sandalwood doesn't want to lead the Legion anymore. How long can he be powerful? We could hold on until Sandalwood fell. We can also hold on until he falls. Our Qingyuan Legion is not weaker than him. His cultivation is still low. This is a shortcoming. Qingyuan said. I'll hold on until he dies. Qinglin cursed. Qing Emperor and Xian Daozi, who were studying and dealing with the Heavenlock Formation, were chatting. It's been less than a year. Yi Shang has only been in our Azure the Arch Empire for less than a year, and he has changed so much. Are my sons and daughters really stupid? No. Qing Emperor looked at Xian Daozi and said. The Heavenlock Formation was not easy to deal with. It was a natural formation and had been dealt with by the masters of the Red Emperor's kingdom. Now the Qing Emperor had to refine and change it slowly. The key is that he has the support of Sandalwood. Your Majesty's love, Sandalwood's assistance, and his own strength, led to this outcome, Xian Daozi said. That's the main point. If he can get Sandalwood's support, why can't Qinglin, Qingyuan, and the other princes do the same? It's human nature. Knight Sorrow didn't want my only senior brother to be helpless in the dark dungeon, so he tried to help him. However, my other children couldn't wait to step on Sandalwood again, so the result was different, said the Qing Emperor. Anyone with great virtue must have a heart that ordinary people find difficult to possess. Knight Sorrow has such a heart, and besides, he has never thought about fighting for anything. He is actually someone who cares about his own strength, which is very similar to His Majesty, Xian Daozi said. The status that comes with one's own strength is the most stable. He became the king of time and space when he was a little over 100 years old. Slowly settling down, his strength will not be a problem, and he has a lot of space," said the Qing Emperor as he studied the Heavenlock formation. "He is a little over 100 years old, and this achievement shows that he is very talented. Now that he is the commander of the army, his achievements will be great. He can go to the Samsara Palace whenever he wants. It would be strange if his cultivation did not improve quickly," Xian Dozi said with a smile. "Ha! You see it very clearly. Now I want to see how he deals with the captives." "This is the best time to see human nature," said the Qing Emperor. "Your Majesty, you have to go back and do work. Don't forget that you promised him a monarch-level armor," said Xian Daozi. The original Q version are, "It doesn't matter. It is worth it to have such a disciple." The Qing Emperor smiled. He was in a very good mood. Master and disciple were like father and son. Knight Sorrow was sensible and principled. The Qing Emperor admired him very much. Even if his son lost a battle, he was still happy. Knight Sorrow also started to get busy. In the impregnable pass built by the Emperor Heavenlock formation that the Qing Emperor had set up, he set up some trap and kill formations and illusionary formations. Now, his formation skills were very high, because the clone in the Heavenlock Hall had been deducing and studying formations. Then, Knight Sorrow made adjustments to the defense of some of the strongholds in the pass. After refining the Heavenlock formation, the original entrance and exit was closed, and the new entrance and exit was made. When the Qing Emperor and Xian Dozi finished refining the formation plate, they went to see the other side of the Heaven Tiger Pass. They noticed the formation that Knight Sorrow had set up. Using the Emperor's Heaven Sealing formation and the Impregnable Pass as the foundation, you also set up a confinement killing formation and an illusory killing formation with only one entrance. Very good. The formation is also quite decent. Seeing the formation that Yi Shang had set up, the Azure Emperor nodded in satisfaction. "Why don't you teach him some of my divination techniques?" Xian Daozi said. "If he walks the path of wisdom and support, he can become a great talent." "Hold it right there," the Qing Emperor said, glaring at Xian Daozi. "You're not allowed to bring that up again. You're my old friend, so I won't bring it up again. Next time, if anyone dares to bring it up again, I'll kill them." "Yes, sir," Xian Daozi said, bowing slightly. "Remember," the Qing Emperor said. "He needs to achieve great things. Support cultivation is fine, but don't touch the heretical path." "Your subordinate understands," Xian Daozi said, a bit taken aback. He had never imagined that the Qing Emperor would react so strongly. "You don't understand," the Qing Emperor said. "You'll understand in the future." Xian Daozi nodded. He understood that Knight Sorrow still had other things he didn't know about. The Qing Emperor had high hopes for Knight Sorrow, otherwise he wouldn't have reacted so strongly. Everyone in the Red Emperor's nation was in a state of panic. Even the Red Emperor, who hadn't shown his face for a long time, had appeared. He was tall and slender, and wore a red robe and a violet gold crown. He stood in the middle of the Red Emperor's palace. The Red Emperor looked like a young man, perhaps in his 20s. However, his face radiated a murderous aura. "Father," Qihua said, stepping forward, "it was my fault. Please punish me. Tell me, how did you lose Heaven Tiger Pass?" the Red Emperor asked. Qihua bowed and said, "I don't know. I don't know how someone managed to sneak in through the Heaven Tiger Pass. Then, they set up a concealment array in Heaven Tiger Pass and teleported their army in. They then used the array to trap and kill my army. I was unable to fight back. Also, the secret teleportation array was discovered and destroyed, and a large array appeared at the entrance to the pass. So, our counterattack was delayed. Heaven Tiger Pass, which has been defended for countless years, was lost just like that. They were able to sneak in without anyone noticing and set up teleportation arrays and other arrays. They are quite capable. The Red Emperor waved his hand, indicating for Chiwa to leave. Your Majesty, the most important thing now is to quickly take back the Heavenly Tiger Pass. The Heavenly Tiger Pass is a natural defense against the Azure Imperial Dynasty. Against us, they have no way to defend themselves. We can forcefully take it back. An old man stood out and said. Is the Qing Emperor an idiot? The moment Heaven Tiger Pass was lost and the teleportation array was destroyed, Heaven Tiger Pass no longer belonged to us. If we want to take it back, we need to think carefully before we can do it. Does the Green Qilin army have the ability to do that now? The Red Emperor said with narrowed eyes. Chapter 1165. Genius 1 second. Remember, for you to read. Hasn't Nine Heavens army been disbanded for 5 million years? Red Emperor looked at Chiwa with suspicion. It's Nine Heavens army. Sandalwood has appeared, too, Jiangjing said. To think that the mad demon Sandalwood could reappear. It seems like the luck of the Azure Imperial Dynasty has changed. Back then, when we went to the Nine Regions world to look for the person of virtue, we were at a disadvantage. The Crimson Emperor thought for a moment before saying. Father, the person leading Nine Heavens army is Knight Sorrow, who came from Nine Zones world. Chiwa looked at Chi-Do. Chi-Do hadn't done his job well, which had led to the current situation. This person is very capable. Since we can't use him, we have to kill him as soon as possible. Pass down my order. Anyone who can kill Knight Sorrow will be rewarded with 1 million contribution points. The Crimson Emperor immediately gave out an order. Chiwa, you will be the commander of Flying Tiger Army. You will be responsible for locking down Sky Tiger Pass. Chi-Do, you will be responsible for building another army. Red Emperor gave another order. The Red Emperor's dynasty's power structure was different from that of the Qing Emperor's dynasty. In the Red Emperor's dynasty, the Red Emperor's princes and grandsons were in charge. This was mainly because the princes of the Red Emperor were very strong, and 2 of them were very outstanding. Chiwa, I won't disappoint you again. 8th brother, I'm sorry. Chiwa bowed to Red Emperor, and then he bowed to another man. It was Red Emperor's 8th son, Chi-Do. He was also the commander of Flying Tiger Army. 4th Imperial Brother is thinking too much. This time, 4th Imperial Brother was plotted against, and Imperial Brother's heart is also uncomfortable. What can I do for 4th Imperial Brother is reasonable. Qi Yen shook his head. Okay, that's all for now. In addition, everyone think of a plan to take back the Heavenly Tiger Pass. If we don't take it back, we will become the laughing stock of the Red Emperor's country in the world of Samsara. Also, Chiwa, take this armor and refine it. After saying this, the Red Emperor threw an armor to Chiwa and disappeared from the main hall. Chiwa's clone had been destroyed, and now it was his main body that was handling matters. He had bestowed the armor upon Chiwa, and the Red Emperor was worried that his son would perish. Chiwa's prestige among the many princes of the Red Emperor was very high, second only to the Crown Prince. His power was only lower than the Crown Prince, and Chi-Do controlled the appointment and removal of officials in the court and had great power. If other princes went to the world of 9 domains and caused such a big mess, the Red Emperor might deal with it. However, because it was Chi-Do, the Red Emperor did not mention anything about it. The construction of the Heavenly Tiger Pass was a big project that could not be completed in 10 days or half a month. However, with the Emperor's Heaven Sealing formation, the defense was very strong. Knight Sorrow was busy for the first few days. After a few days, he relaxed and began to think about the problem, which was how to deal with the captives. He had captured thousands of captives, and among them, there were hundreds of king. After thinking for a long time, Knight Sorrow still could not think of a good way to deal with them. Kill. He did not want to kill them. If he let them go, it would be like letting a tiger return to the mountain. While thinking, Knight Sorrow arrived at the martial arts practice field where the captives were kept. Greetings, Commander. Qin Lei Tang, who was guarding the captives, led his subordinates and bowed to Knight Sorrow. Brothers, you have worked hard during this period of time. It's time to deal with them. Knight Sorrow sighed and said. No. Commander Knight Sorrow, they're soldiers. They're just following orders and fighting. They haven't committed any crimes. As long as Commander releases my soldiers, I'm willing to submit. I'm willing to do anything for your Highness. An old man got down on one knee and cupped his hands towards Knight Sorrow. Your Highness, he is the 7 deadly general. Nu Lin and his subordinates attacked together to subdue him. Those two are also generals. The other general was killed by General Nu Lin. Qin Lei Tang pointed to the other 2 large meteorite metal cages. In the 2 meteorite metal cages, there were 2 people who were being treated specially. They were tied with meteorite metal chains. Commander Knight Sorrow, these are thousands of hot-blooded soldiers. They are innocent. You cannot kill soldiers who do not have the ability to resist. If you let them go, we will do what the 7 deadly generals said and be loyal to you. The 2 men with meteorite metal chains all over their bodies said. If that is the case, I have another choice. The 3 of you will swear allegiance to the Heavenly Tao unconditionally. The 3 of you will swear to the Heavenly Tao that you will not harm the interests of the Qing Emperor's empire. When you return, you will shed your armor and serve the people. You will not serve the Red Emperor's empire. Then, you may leave. Knight Sorrow looked at the group of captives and said. Most Sinul Chapter 8 previous PS all right. A man keeps his word. I, 7 deadly general, will recognize Knight Sorrow as my master from today onwards. I will not betray you. Those who disobey will be struck by lightning. The burly 7 deadly general with a face full of beard swore. The other 2 generals, Ji Feng and Qi Wang, swore as well. To be able to give up everything for your brothers, the 3 of you are worthy of respect. No one has the right to humiliate you. Uncle Summer City, send the 3 of them to the other armies aside from the angry Qilin army. Tell the 3 generals that under my orders, the 3 of them will be deputy generals. When they are familiar with each other, they will be promoted to deputy generals, Knight Sorrow said to Summer City. Understood. Summer City was very excited because Knight Sorrow had easily increased the strength of the 9 Heavens army. General Lei Ting, arrange for them to swear the Heavenly Tao oath. Just as I said, those who do not swear will still be enemies in the future. Kill them immediately. Those who swear the oath will be released and treated with kindness. Knight Sorrow said to Qin Lei Ting. Commander. 7 deadly general was a little anxious when Knight Sorrow did not say to release the captives. Let me make the arrangements first. Knight Sorrow looked at 7 deadly general. The Red Emperor's kingdom. If you do not go, inform the Qing Emperor's officials. Tell them that I want the families of 7 deadly general, Ji Feng, and Qi Wang. Tell them to send their families to the Sky Tiger Pass. I will release a few thousand soldiers of the Sky Tiger army. Knight Sorrow said to Kai Feng again. Thank you, Commander. 7 deadly general and the other 2 bowed to Knight Sorrow. Today is my fault. No matter what the result is, I will personally send you away within a month. I hope you can live a peaceful life with your wives and children by your side. From now on, you will have nothing to do with the war, Knight Sorrow said to the thousands of captives in the meteorite metal cages. Thank you, Commander. The captives, who had seen no hope, bowed. War is inevitable. This is all I can do. Knight Sorrow turned and left. Thank you, Commander. Seven Deadly General and the other two kneeled again because Knight Sorrow had done everything he could for them. Get up. How should I put it? There are some things you should not know. Summer City shook his head. He was very emotional. How should I address you? You are following the commander. If you have anything to say, please say it. Seven Deadly General said to Summer City. All right, then I'll take the liberty of speaking out of turn this time. Actually, His Highness didn't intend to kill anyone when he came this time. He said that it was time to solve the problem. He wanted you to swear a heavenly oath and leave. Who knew that you three would be so agitated? Summer City waved his hand to block the view of the other captives and said to Seven Deadly General and the other two. He felt that the three of them were quite pitiful. Seven Deadly General, Ji Feng, and Qi Wang were stunned. They did not expect this at all. So, the commander said that today was his fault. However, he was very considerate. You have nothing to regret, Qin Leitang said. Chapter 1166. Genius 1 second. Remember, I'll bring you an interesting novel to read. I, Seven Ju, have no regrets. A defeat is a defeat. It is a blessing to meet such a forgiving general. Gale, Qi Wang, what do you think? Seven Ju looked at Gale and Qi Wang. We are soldiers. We have no regrets. Perhaps this is fate, Gale said. I have some thoughts. It's a trap. Qi Wang said. Don't let anyone else know. Let's forget about this, Summer City said. Yi Shang was really happy. He had taken in 3 brave generals by accident. It was easy to find 1,000 soldiers, but hard to find a good general. Good generals were hard to find. From the fact that 7 absolutes were willing to sacrifice themselves to protect the soldiers under their command, he could tell that they were qualified generals. When they arrived at the commander's office, Knight Sorrow threw a jar of wine to Sandalwood, who was in charge of the office. Junior, what happened? Why are you so happy? Sandalwood asked Knight Sorrow. Senior brother, a meat pie really fell from the sky. Yi Shang told him what had just happened. Although the 3 of them are stupid, they are hot-blooded men. They are all monarch-level generals. You have earned big this time. Green Qilin and Green Phoenix's armies are **T. Sandalwood knew that this battle had made Knight Sorrow's wings grow. Seven Ju and the others were loyal to Knight Sorrow. In other words, they were Knight Sorrow's personal strength. That's right. A general like this can definitely lead a good army. We didn't give them a chance to use our strategy this time. Otherwise, we would have suffered a great loss, Knight Sorrow said. Although they used tracks, Knight Sorrow didn't think it was an unfair victory. The soldiers were the tracks. Knight Sorrow didn't think it was an unfair victory. Junior, you don't have to worry too much about the army. When there is a big battle, just come out and command. Let the generals of the 9 Heavens army take care of it. They are all very strong. Newlin actually has the strength and ability to lead an army long ago. However, in the Qing Emperor's dynasty, only the generals appointed by His Highness and His Majesty can lead an army. He lacks the qualifications, Sandalwood said. Knowing how to use people is what a general should do. I will take care of it. I just don't know if the Red Emperor's country will send the families of Seven Ju and the others. Knight Sorrow nodded and expressed his concern. The military officer will send a letter back to the Empire. Those old officials of the Empire can't fight, but they are good at scheming. The Red Emperor's country also has our Qing Emperor's dynasty's intelligence network. Even if the Red Emperor's country doesn't want to, they can't ignore the lives of thousands of soldiers. They have to send the families over, Sandalwood said. That's right. If they don't compromise, then who would be willing to continue fighting for the Crimson Emperor Kingdom? Since senior brother has said so, it seems like this matter will succeed. Yi Shang's heart was also more certain. Junior brother, master went to deal with the Heavenlock formation again. It's already done, but he doesn't want any flaws. Once he's done, I'll go back with him and serve him for a while. With Elder Xia by your side, I'll be at ease, Sandalwood said to Night Sorrow. After seeing Night Sorrow's abilities for the past few days, Sandalwood was relieved. Night Sorrow had the ability to lead the Nine Heavens army. As for who wanted to kill Night Sorrow, Summer City wouldn't be easy to deal with. That's good. Senior brother, you should relax. There are many beautiful things in the world waiting for you to discover. Or maybe you can find a wife for me, Night Sorrow said with a smile. I will, aha. Sandalwood said with a smile. Sandalwood, you've changed a lot. The Qing Emperor and Xian Daozi walked in from outside. Uncle Xian Daozi, tell me about my changes. Sandalwood bowed to the Qing Emperor and said. I can't say for sure. The strongest change is that I've become more emotional. I'm not like before, who only knew how to kill. Now, I feel more human. Xian Daozi spoke about his feelings. The Qing Emperor nodded. This was the biggest change for Sandalwood. Thereafter, the Azure Supreme the Arch gave Yi Shang an array disc. It was an array disc used to seal and open the Heavenlock array. The Heaven Tiger Pass can be said to be impregnable now. It will be very difficult to force your way in. Just be careful of any tricks. I will return now. I understand. Night Sorrow put away the disc array and nodded. Junior brother, I'll go back with Master. Be careful. Sandalwood reminded Night Sorrow. It's good that you're going back. Night Sorrow, didn't I give you a team of Qing Emperor's guards? They'll be your personal guards. You can bring them with you wherever you go. Don't be affected by what happened last time. They were just messing around. The Qing Emperor said. The Qing Emperor had never given anyone a team of Qing Emperor's guards. Neither Qing Lin nor Qing Luan were qualified. Now, because Night Sorrow wasn't strong enough, the Qing Emperor was afraid that he would be assassinated. Night Sorrow nodded and sent the Qing Emperor, Xian Daozi, and Sandalwood to the teleportation array. After returning to the Azure Sky Pavilion, the Qing Emperor sat in the main seat and tapped his finger on the table. After so many years, I've finally gotten my revenge. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, there's also something that will make revered master feel even better. Junior brother somehow managed to subdue the 3 generals of the Crimson Emperor Kingdom. I'm afraid the Crimson Emperor will feel as disgusted as if he had just eaten a fly. He'll have to eat it, said John Tan. Subdued 3 generals. The generals are all sovereigns. How can it be so easy to subdue them? The Qing Emperor looked at Sandalwood in surprise. It's difficult to subdue 1 sovereign, but junior brother has subdued 3 at once. He didn't even think about it. It's like this. Sandalwood explained the situation to the Qing Emperor and Xian Daozi. Ha! He's so talented. He's so lucky. Those 3 are unlucky. This time, the Red Emperor has no choice but to give up the families of the 3 generals. Of course, if he's determined to be shameless, there's nothing he can do about it. The Qing Emperor said. Your Majesty, the officials of the Qing Emperor's palace have made 2 preparations. The first is to find the families of the 3 generals without going through the Red Emperor's empire's higher-ups. If they find them, they'll find a place to hide them and protect them. If they can't find them, they'll go through the officials of the Red Emperor's empire. The secret guard in charge of monitoring the Qing Emperor's palace stood up and reported. Not bad. They've done it well. The Qing Emperor nodded in satisfaction. It wasn't easy for Knight Sorrow to be at the forefront. He didn't want the officials of the Qing Emperor's palace to fail. So this time, the Red Emperor will have a hard time. He's embarrassed, but he still has to endure it. Sandalwood handed the Qing Emperor a cup of tea. That's right. The Qing Emperor nodded and took a sip of tea. After drinking, the Qing Emperor looked at Sandalwood and said, "You have to learn how to make tea." "What kind of nonsense is this?" "The way of tea is a good way to calm your mind. If you can't learn how to make tea, don't leave the Azure Sky Pavilion." Sandalwood didn't say anything. She'd seen Knight Sorrow make tea a few times, so she tried it out. "Your Highness Sandalwood, you have to learn. It's impossible to drink it." Xian Daozi took a sip of tea and smiled bitterly. Chapter 1167. Genius 1 second. Remember, I'll bring you an exciting novel. Sandalwood, your junior brother's cultivation is not high enough, but he is very mature in other aspects. Whether it is the way of the people, the way of the people, the way of the heart, the way of the heart, or the way of the body, his attainments are all very high. Not to mention you, even Qing Lin and Qing Wan are not good enough, the Qing Emperor said. Junior brother is very simple. He is not a scheming person. At least, he is not a scheming person. Sandalwood did not expect the Qing Emperor to have such an evaluation of Knight Sorrow. He is not scheming. It is because he cultivates the way of the world. It is easy for him to gain the loyalty of his subordinates. It is easy for him to gain the respect and admiration of others, the Qing Emperor corrected Sandalwood's misunderstanding. Xian Daozi, teach Sandalwood the way of tea. When you feel that you can drink it, let's talk again. The Qing Emperor flashed and left. Studying and deciphering the Heaven Lock formation had given him a lot of inspiration. Isn't this torture? Xian Daozi was speechless. He followed the Qing Emperor and was also a person who knew how to enjoy life. He could not imagine tasting Sandalwood's tea. It was no different from testing for poison. While Knight Sorrow was looking at the construction plans in the commander's office, Old Xia went to the 9-story tower and brought the Qing Emperor's guards over. He told them about the Qing Emperor's decree. In the future, they did not need to look after the 9-story tower. Their mission was to protect Knight Sorrow, not the 9-story tower. The 4 generals of the 9 Heavens Army and 7 absolutes also arrived at the commander's office. "Why are you all here?" Knight Sorrow asked. He had asked Nu Lin and the others to come over to study the problem of resources. He did not expect 7 absolutes and the others to come. "It is like this. Some of my subordinates do not have family to worry about. They do not plan to go back. They want to follow me. The 2 of them are the same. They have some very close subordinates who do not have family to worry about and do not plan to leave." 7 absolutes bowed and reported. "That's a good thing. Do they have any requests?" Knight Sorrow stood up and asked. "There is one condition. They are willing to risk their lives for the commander, but they are not willing to fight against the Red Emperor's nation. In other words, apart from the war against the Red Emperor's nation, they are willing to risk their lives," 7 absolutes said. "That's understandable and acceptable. Let's organize these people into a temporary army and treat them the same as the other 4 armies. Then, I'll think of a better way." Knight Sorrow nodded. "Thank you, Commander." 7 absolutes, Gale, and Qi Wang bowed to Knight Sorrow. "Nu Lin, I called the 4 of you here to solve the problem of resource management. The Sky Tiger Pass is going to be a huge mess. You have to be responsible for everything. The resource warehouse is in the commander's office. Nu Lin, you will be responsible for the allocation and use of resources. And Ping, you will be responsible for the accounts. Lei Ting, you will be responsible for auditing the accounts. After you have checked the resources in the warehouse, you can allocate and use them. The temporary army formed by 7 absolutes will also receive the same treatment, Night Sorrow said. Yes. Nu Lin and the others bowed and accepted the order. Also, I used nearly 4,000 Saint Spirit stones to set up the formation. You have to return them to me. Also, you can decide whether the resources will be turned over to the Empire's treasury or only a portion of it. Night Sorrow spoke again. The Empire has a clear rule. Military merits are military merits. However, in war, half of the resources obtained from conquering cities must be turned over to the Empire's treasury, Nu Lin said. Half. That's too much. The Sky Tiger Pass still needs to be built. How can we have so much to turn over? If we turn over so much, all of us will have nothing to eat. When we turn over the resources, I will write a statement and give you 30%, Night Sorrow said. All right. Nu Lin smiled and nodded. This was because Night Sorrow and Sandalwood were the same. They had to live well with their brothers before anything else. In the past, the 9 Heavens Legion turned over 33% of the resources, which was 1/3. Night Sorrow was even more ruthless than Sandalwood. Commander, Qing Lin and Qing Luan are preparing to take advantage of His Highness. Isn't this giving them a chance? Qin Lei Tang was still a little worried. What does it have to do with them? They can do whatever they want. If they want to take advantage of me, they can do whatever they want. I have to turn over 30%. How can they get 10% in 5 million years? It's settled then. Night Sorrow waved his hand. He wasn't afraid of this. The generals all laughed. They liked Yi Shang's temperament. Soldiers were afraid of following a commander until their bones went soft. If they were afraid of this and that, then they wouldn't be able to do anything. Also, when I'm not around, Nu Lin, you will be in charge of everything in the 9 Heavens Legion. You can even go to war. Now, if 2 of the 4 generals object, your plan will have to be put on hold and reported to me, Night Sorrow said to Nu Lin. Nu Lin and the others bowed and accepted the order. There is something else. I have set up many arrays around the 4 camps. There are Holy Spirit stones underground. If the soldiers have nothing to do, dig them out and put them in the storage. From now on, 1 general will be on duty at the commander's residence. 7 absolutes, you 5 will take turns. No one can be absent, Night Sorrow said again. He waved his hand and sent them away. After leaving the commander's residence, Nu Lin called them to the Nu Lin Army's camp for a drink. It feels good. I have been holding back for so many years. Now that I am with His Highness Night Sorrow, I don't have to hold back anymore. Nu Lin sighed. The commander looks weak, but he has a domineering aura in his bones. You can't judge a person by his appearance. Wei Wei was a little touched. It's just that his cultivation is a little weak, and Ning said, but her voice was a little soft. What do you know? Do you know how old the commander is? He is not even 120 years old. King is not even 120 years old and has 2 high-level attributes. How can he be weak? When you are 120 years old, you might still be trying to smooth things over. Qin Lei Tang interrupted and Ning. So young. Wei Wei was a little stunned. You haven't seen his information, but I have. Almost all the records are legends. He is a realm lord. Do you understand? His main body is immortal in his own world. Who can do that? Even His Majesty can't do that. Qin Lei Tang said. He is still a realm lord. Nu Lin muttered as he rubbed his beard. Do you know how the commander came to the world of reincarnation? It was Xian Daozi who divined that a cultivator with a body of merit would appear in the Nine Regions world. His Majesty sent Qing Yuan to the Nine Regions world to bring the commander back. Qing Yuan left the commander in the Thunder Army. Qin Leitang took a sip of wine and said, "So you're saying that the commander-in-chief was once a pawn under you?" Wei Wei's interest was piqued. Dog fart pawn. After the commander arrived at the Thunderbolt Army, he started the challenge. You all know about the Massacre God territory. He started the challenge at the Massacre God territory. The strongest squad leader, Ah Chiu, and the strongest squad leader, Wu Jia, were both taken down. You guys know Wu Jia. His cultivation is slow, but his battle prowess is strong. 10 years ago, he also became a 5-star sovereign king. However, he was still defeated by the commander. At that time, he was in the Thunderbolt Army, and the commander was a 2-star sovereign king deputy commander. Qin Leitang explained. Chapter 1168. In other words, although the commander is a 2-star king, he has the power of a mid-level king. And Ning asked. That's right. That was before I took His Majesty as my master. His Majesty has many secret techniques. Now, the combat power of the commander will only be stronger than before, no weaker than before. Also, this is just a clone of His Majesty, Qin Leitang said. This is really strong. Actually, it is enough that the commander is a good leader. His arrangement today shows that he trusts us enough. He will give us enough space, Wei Wei said. 7 Ju, now that you are following the commander, we are all brothers. In the future, there will be no distinction between us. The commander talked about the 4 of us today. If more than 2 of us object, then the plan will be put on hold. I will change it here. The 5 of us, if we have a plan in the future, we will follow the majority. If we really can't, then we will report to the commander, Nu Lin said. General Nu Lin, is this appropriate? 7 Ju stood up and asked. It is. I will take responsibility if anything happens. Nu Lin reached out and pulled 7 Ju to sit down. He also poured wine for Ji Feng and Qi Wang. This time, the Nine Heavens Army did not give you a chance to fight fair and square. But there is no choice because the commander's strategy has reached this stage. No one can say that the victory was unfair. No one can say that the victory was unfair. In a battle between armies, the commander's strategy and tactical arrangements are the most important. Next is the combat power of the army. The commander of the Sky Tiger Army, Chiwa, is very strong, but this time, there was no chance at all. So, the Sky Tiger Army lost. This should be a classic battle, Qi Wang said. Here, brothers, I wish you all a happy life in the Nine Heavens Army. Nu Lin raised his wine glass. Knight Sorrow also stretched. Things were going well, so there was nothing for him to do. After that, Knight Sorrow patrolled the Sky Tiger Pass, but Summer City and Fei Xiu were following him. Knight Sorrow could not do without them. Summer City said that unless Knight Sorrow was with his wife, she would not leave his side. Fei Xiu also had the same intention. This made Knight Sorrow feel helpless. Inside the Tianhu Pass, Knight Sorrow patrolled the area. Seeing that everything was normal, he wanted to return to the 9 grand floors to see his family and wife. However, he couldn't leave here. High-grade teleportation stones are hard to come by. Why don't we set up a teleportation formation here and connect it to Qing Emperor City and the 9 stories tower? That would be much more convenient. Knight Sorrow said. He was really worried about his family because Sikong Chuyu and Aoi were both pregnant. Ask the people from the Ministry of Works. It's impossible that they don't have the materials. If His Highness has a request, they have to deal with it, said the head of Summer City. Night Sorrow then found Lin Hui, the official from the Ministry of Works who was still building the defense of the impregnable pass. We have a teleportation stone in Dynasty's treasury. I'll arrange it right away. Where do you plan to set it up, Your Highness? Lin Hui agreed to Night Sorrow's request immediately. It's the 9 stories tower. The 9 stories tower occupies a large area and there's still a lot of empty space behind it. We'll build it in the future for the families of the 9 Heavens Army to live in, Night Sorrow said after thinking for a while. Okay. The Ministry of Works is also responsible for the construction of the houses for the families of the soldiers. When the time comes, we'll take care of it for Your Highness. Lin Hui's attitude was very good. Out of respect, Night Sorrow brought the 9 Heavens Army this time to show off for the Qing Emperor dynasty. Chapter 1, Part 1. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. New Lin brought people and handed over the resources. The accounts were not fake. Along with the account of the resources handed over, there was also a letter from Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow explained that the 9 Heavens Army needed resources. The construction of the Tianhu Pass also needed resources, so they handed over 30%. Even though it was only 30%, it still amounted to 200,000 Saint Crystals. There was also a large number of cultivation-aiding pills and some materials, which were worth 500,000 Saint Crystals. This was the Supreme World. In the Profound Heaven World, the Tian-Nan Dynasty's Saint Crystals were worth a few hundred. In the Qing Emperor Dynasty, it was worth tens of thousands. The Ministry of Works also built the teleportation array to the 9 stories tower. However, Night Sorrow only went back to take a look before returning to the Tianhu Pass. The construction of the Tianhu Pass and the heaven-locking array on both sides of the Tianhu Pass were not something that could be done in a day or two. Night Sorrow also went to the heaven-locking array and the heaven-locking array on both sides of the Tianhu Pass. He tried to travel through space, but he found that it was impossible. After knowing how Night Sorrow entered, the Qing Emperor dynasty naturally took precautions. When he set up the array, he strengthened the space and suppressed the turbulence in space. Night Sorrow did not return, but the situation in the Qing Emperor dynasty was surging. Some things gradually emerged, and all of them were aimed at Night Sorrow. They were all impeaching Night Sorrow. It was Qing Lin and Qing Wan who organized the other princes and many officials to impeach Night Sorrow. The reason was that Night Sorrow formed a clique for personal gain, embezzled resources, and wanted to occupy the Tianhu Pass to establish his own kingdom. Night Sorrow did not know about these things, but it caused a stir in the Qing Emperor dynasty. The Shadow Guards had already reported it to the Qing Emperor. They are very good at scheming. The Qing Emperor dynasty did not have any expression on his face after hearing the report. This is too unreliable. Zhang Tan was a little angry, and the hand that was brewing tea trembled. They are not stable. Let's do it again. Xian Daozi said. Back then, no one impeached you because you had accumulated enough power. Night Sorrow has only been with me for a short time, so they naturally want to try. The Qing Emperor dynasty looked at Zhang Tan and said. He knew that Zhang Tan was a little worried about Night Sorrow. Isn't this slandering? Forming a clique for personal gain, embezzling resources, establishing his own kingdom. What is all this? Zhang Tan said. It is slandering. Let's see how Night Sorrow deals with it. This is also a test for him. The Qing Emperor dynasty said. Night Sorrow cultivated in the Tianhu Pass every day. When he had nothing to do, he would read the letter that the Qing Emperor dynasty had taught him. One day, when Night Sorrow was reading the letter, someone from the Qing Emperor dynasty came. It was the Qing Emperor dynasty, who wanted him to go back to the Qing Emperor dynasty. Night Sorrow was a little confused. He did not understand why the Qing Emperor dynasty wanted him. He thought it should be nothing because the Tianhu Pass was a place that had to be managed. There was no way the Nine Heavens army could be mobilized. As for other arrangements, it was also unlikely. Your Highness, it might be something troublesome. If the Qing Emperor dynasty wanted to see you personally, it would be the Qing Emperor dynasty's guard, not some official from the Qing Emperor dynasty's palace. It seems like it is an official matter. Perhaps someone in the government is causing trouble for your Highness. Perhaps it is because your Highness handed over 30% of the resources. Perhaps someone is holding on to it. Summer City understood. Just 30%. Let's see what they can do. Knight Sorrow was not afraid of this at all. He could lead the Nine Heavens army to victory, but Qing Lin and Qing Yuan could not. He wanted to see what they could do to him. Everything he did was for the benefit of the Qing Emperor dynasty and the stability of the Nine Heavens army. When Knight Sorrow and Summer City arrived at the Qing Emperor dynasty's palace, Knight Sorrow smiled when he saw the situation in the main hall. At this time, in the main hall of the Qing Emperor dynasty's palace, many officials stood on both sides. There were around 200 people. The Qing Emperor sat in the main seat. Xian Daozi and Zhan Tan stood diagonally behind him. Qing Lin and Qing Yuan stood at the bottom of the stairs. In the middle of the main hall, Knight Sorrow tidied his robe and bowed to the Qing Emperor. Chapter 1169. Greetings, Master. Knight Sorrow bowed to Qing Emperor. Rise. Do you know why I called you here today? Qing Emperor asked. Someone must be looking for trouble with me. Since Master doesn't look for trouble with me, I don't care about the others. Knight Sorrow looked around and said. How do you know that I'm not looking for trouble with you? Qing Emperor was stunned when he heard what Knight Sorrow said. Because Master knows that everything I've done is for the Qing Emperor's dynasty. Master will only support me and won't make things difficult for me, Knight Sorrow said casually without any pressure. All right. Stand aside. Knight Sorrow, I've called you back. You can speak now if you have something to say, Qing Emperor nodded to Knight Sorrow. Look at the original chapter/section/tick at that moment, an official came out with an account book. The Nine Heavens army seized 670,000 Saint crystals from the battle at Heaven Tiger Pass. There are also a number of elixirs and materials for refining elixirs and weapons. However, Commander Knight, you only handed in 30%. Did you take the rest? The dynasty requires us to hand in half of the resources we got from the war. That's the law. You formed a clique for personal gain, taken bribes, and perverted the law. Are you trying to build your own kingdom using Heaven Tiger Pass? That's serious. May I ask what your position is? What's your surname? What's your name? Knight Sorrow asked. My name is Qing Yuan. I'm an inspector of the dynasty. Is what I said true? Qing Yuan, the official with the account book, asked. Who allowed you to say that? Knight Sorrow asked Qing Yuan, but he was looking at Qing Lin and Qing Yuan. I'm an inspector. Can't I ask about what you've done? Qing Yuan asked. You're an inspector. You should behave yourself. How can you continue to be an inspector if you talk nonsense? Knight Sorrow looked at Qing Yuan with pity in his eyes because he was the victim of a power struggle. Why are you afraid of people talking about what you've done? You seized more than 600,000 Saint crystals and handed over 200,000, isn't that a fact? Qing Lin stepped forward and said. Originally, I didn't want to sound harsh, but since you've gone to such extremes, I won't be polite either. The Nine Heavens Legion didn't require any resources from the Empire, and it only took them a month to capture Heaven Tiger Pass. Heaven Tiger Pass belongs to the Empire, so how can it be measured in Saint crystals? What's more, your green Qilin core has stayed in that defensive zone for 5 million years. Have you dug out a single feather from Heaven Tiger Pass? How dare you talk about me handing over 200,000 Saint Crystals? Knight Sorrow's voice grew louder and louder as he spoke. How dare you? Qing Lin's expression was extremely ugly. You're Master's son, and I've always respected you. However, when I was working hard for the Empire, you dragged me down and refused to let me go. I despise you. Is it bold to speak the truth? What a joke. Knight Sorrow sneered. Qing Lin, you're His Highness and the commander of the Corps. Knight Sorrow is also His Highness and the commander of the Corps. No one dares, Qing Emperor, who was sitting in the main seat, said. But you, Knight Sorrow, didn't follow the law and turn over the resources. That is contempt of His Majesty, and is an act of impudence. Another man stepped forward. From his clothing, Knight Sorrow could tell that he was a prince. I'll write a letter to report this matter. Knight Sorrow replied. That's just your side of the story. Now that things have gotten out of hand, what are you saying? Qing Luan said. Knight Sorrow understood that he didn't know where his letter was now. Using a letter to report this matter might not work. All right. You're saying that I'm corrupt. I haven't even seen the resources in Sky Tiger Pass. They're all taken care of by the Nine Heavens Army. The Nine Heavens Army still owes me 4,000 Saint Spirit Stones for setting up the formation during the war. How am I corrupt? Knight Sorrow looked at Qing Luan and asked. The Nine Heavens Army is your subordinate. They'll do whatever you want them to do. Aren't you in control of the resources? Qing Lin blamed himself again. You haven't even touched a single feather in 5 million years. You have no right to talk to me. Go away. Knight Sorrow retorted after hearing Qing Lin's words. You. Qing Lin's face turned pale. He wanted to say that Yi Qin was audacious, but Qing Emperor said that no matter what Knight Sorrow said to him, it wasn't audacious. You didn't hand over the resources according to the law. You're defying His Majesty and the laws of the Empire. You took in the people of the Red Emperor's Sky Tiger Pass. Some of them were taken in, and some of them were released unconditionally. You didn't report this to the dynasty. You're forming a clique for personal gain. You have bad intentions. Qing Yuan said. Sky Tiger Pass doesn't need to be managed, and the Nine Heavens Army doesn't need resources. If I don't manage it properly and they fight back, will you bear the responsibility? Knight Sorrow looked at Qing Yuan and said. That's still your own decision to take in the people of Sky Tiger Pass. How do you explain that? Qing Yuan said. Just because I didn't report it. I didn't deal with it properly, okay? Let me ask you, I haven't dealt with it properly yet, okay? Knight Sorrow looked at Qing Yuan and said in a domineering tone. Father, you heard the question just now. You didn't hand over the resources according to the law. You're defying the laws of the Empire. You're defying Father. You took in the people of the Red Emperor's Sky Tiger Pass and didn't report it. This Knight Sorrow is a wolf with wild ambitions. If we let him lead the army and take power, there will be endless trouble in the future. Qing Lin bowed to Qing Emperor. Does anyone have anything else to say? Qing Emperor looked at the people in the hall and asked. Your Majesty, please punish the Nine Heavens Army's commander, Knight Sorrow. He is defying the law and forming a clique for personal gain. A few officials stood out and bowed. Knight Sorrow, let me ask you something. Are you defying the law and forming a clique for personal gain? Qing Emperor's eyes fell on Knight Sorrow. I didn't. I didn't take a single spirit stone. I left them for Sky Tiger Pass and for the Nine Heavens Army to fight better. As for forming a clique for personal gain, I have my own world. I don't need to be the king of a small kingdom. Knight Sorrow bowed. Actually, I just want to hear what you have to say. Now, stand aside. Qing Emperor stood up. Are you satisfied with Knight Sorrow's explanation? Qing Emperor stood up and looked at the people in the hall. No one dared to say anything because no one knew what Qing Emperor meant. Why is no one saying anything? You can't do what he did, but he did it. Are you unhappy? Let me tell you, this world is a world of capable people. Qing Emperor's dynasty is a dynasty of capable people. Is there a problem with handing over less resources? Sky Tiger Pass doesn't need resources. In the future, the Nine Heavens Army will be a special case in Qing Emperor's dynasty. If others don't hand over 50% of their resources, they will be executed. The Nine Heavens Army will hand over 30%. Subduing the soldiers of the Red Emperor's dynasty is also a problem. Then who can subdue a few of them for me to see? Even if you have the ability, you will still be accused of forming a clique for personal gain. Knight Sorrow is the realm lord of the Nine Regions world. He has his own world. Why would he care about a small kingdom? Qing Yuan, kneel. Qing Emperor pointed at Qing Yuan and shouted. Chapter 1170. Qing Yuan knelt on the ground immediately. Letter. Who asked you to hide the letter? Who gave you the guts to hide the prince's letter? The Qing Emperor was furious. Qing Yuan knelt on the ground and did not say anything. The resource report was sent together with the letter, and the person who handled it. Do you think I can't find out? Or do you think I don't dare to kill you? The Qing Emperor had a murderous look on his face because Qing Yuan had crossed the line. It was me who hid the letter. Father, please punish me. Qing Yuan admitted. After thinking for a while, he knew that if the Qing Emperor decided to investigate, he would not be able to run away. Who? Who gave you the guts to hide a prince's letter? The Qing Emperor flipped his sleeves and sent Qing Yuan flying. It was my own idea. Qing Yuan got up and said. You don't have the guts. Are you not afraid of death? The Qing Emperor looked at Qing Yuan coldly. I am afraid of death, but I have to bear the consequences of my actions. Qing Yuan looked at Qing Lin and Qing Wan and said. Father, please forgive my brother. At this time, Qing Shan and some other princes stood out. Qing Lin and Qing Wan were the last to stand out, but they did not say anything. How can I forgive him? How do you think I should forgive him? Continue the endless internal strife after he is forgiven. Take him away. The Qing Emperor roared in a low voice. Qing Lin and Qing Wan lowered their heads and did not say anything. They did not dare to say anything. The Qing Emperor was furious. No one could touch him. Just as the Azure the Arch Guard was about to pull Qing Yuan out, Yi Shang stepped forward and said, Master, can I say something? You want to protect him. You want to protect someone who went against you unscrupulously. The Qing Emperor pointed at Qing Yuan. Master, we all know why he did that. His methods were wrong, and he was not righteous. It would also hurt the Qing Emperor's dynasty. However, he did not do anything wrong. He fought for his brother. This reason is enough. I'm willing to do anything for my brother, Knight Sorrow said. Knight Sorrow's words caused Qing Emperor's body to tremble. He glanced at Summer City and Xian Daozi, then fell into deep thought. You are right. Perhaps Master has overlooked an important issue. I apologize to Knight Sorrow and will return to face the wall for a year. Qing Emperor, who was being pressed down by the Qing Emperor's guard, was stunned for a moment. He bowed slightly to the Qing Emperor and then looked at Knight Sorrow. I don't need to apologize to you. From the beginning to the end, I didn't think I was wrong. But I want to thank you. You are indeed worthy of Imperial Father's attention. I hope you can stand firm in the future. I hope you can stand firm. Qing Yuan looked at Knight Sorrow and said a few words before walking out. After a few steps, he stopped and said, I did what I should for my brother. I did what I was supposed to do. I have no regrets now. However, I am a little disappointed. I need an opponent to protect me at a critical moment. Perhaps only an opponent like this is a worthy brother. Qing Yuan left. In fact, the Qing Emperor did not punish him. He did not demote him. Facing the wall for a year was not a big deal. In fact, the Qing Emperor's attitude had changed. It was a sign that he recognized him. The Qing Emperor's palace was dead silent. The Qing Emperor, who had returned to his seat, did not say anything. No one dared to say anything either. Qing Yuan's actions and Knight Sorrow's words have touched me. At the same time, I am also somewhat disappointed and gratified. Qing Yuan, if you have time, go visit Qing Yuan. The Qing Emperor instructed Qing Yuan. Yes, Qing Yuan. Knight Sorrow, I am also responsible for what happened today. Similarly, I will not apologize to you. Thank you for protecting Qing Yuan. I, Qing Yuan, will remember this. Father, I will come another day to ask for forgiveness. I will take my leave now. After Qing Yuan received the order, he looked at Knight Sorrow and cupped his hands before his chest before leaving the palace. Master, I want the Qing Emperor's palace to negotiate with the Red Emperor's country for the families of the 3 generals. Will I be stopped by anyone? Thinking of the situation today, Knight Sorrow was worried. Knight Sorrow, regarding the matter of you and the Red Emperor's country asking for the families of the 3 generals, it was not stopped. Someone has already taken care of it. The Qing Emperor nodded. Then, Qing Lin and Qing Yuan stood up and admitted their mistakes. They said that they did not care about Qing Yuan. Everyone in the palace knows what happened. I said that fighting is not forbidden, and you can do whatever you want. However, you threw your brother out today, which violated a great taboo. This will be the only time. After coldly looking at Qing Lin and Qing Yuan, the Qing Emperor's body flashed and left. Today's matter came to an end. Old Summer, everything is fine now. Let's go home. Knight Sorrow shouted to Summer City, who was standing behind him. The two of them left the Qing Emperor's palace under the respectful words of the officials. However, except for Qing Lin and Qing Yuan, the other princes no longer looked at him with hostility. Today, no one dared to protect Qing Yuan, not even Qing Lin and Qing Yuan. However, Knight Sorrow stood up for him. His magnanimity was admirable. The most important thing was that Knight Sorrow said that fighting for his brother was enough reason. He was willing to do anything for his brother. Your Highness, today's matter was handled beautifully. In the future, no one will provoke you for no reason, said Summer City. I don't know what Qing Lin and Qing Yuan were like in the past, but now their minds have been blinded by jealousy. The other princes know right from wrong. Knight Sorrow knew this would happen. Your Highness, aren't you afraid that His Majesty will punish you? Asked Summer City, puzzled. From the beginning to the end, Knight Sorrow had never been afraid. As long as I am selfless, why would Master punish me? Knight Sorrow smiled. That's right. His Majesty can't wait to support you. Why would he punish you? However, Qing Lin and Qing Yuan have disappointed His Majesty. He is not disappointed that they dealt with you, but that they did not protect Qing Yuan, said Summer City. Knight Sorrow returned to the 9 grand floors. He went home and drank tea while lying on a rattan chair. He was in a very good mood. In the Azure Sky Pavilion, Jean Tan was brewing tea. Qing Emperor sat on a big chair and thought for a moment. Then, he looked at Xian Daozi and said, "What do you think of today's matter?" Qing Lin and Qing Wan, as well as some other princes, did not like Knight Soro's power, so they tried to make things difficult for him. His Majesty should know this. However, he did not expect Knight Soro to have such a sharp tongue. He said that he had not touched a single bird feather in Sky Tiger Pass for 5 million years, and Qing Lin lost the right to speak. How could those princes refute him? Said Xian Daozi. He has always given people the impression that he is humble. After today, no one will think that he is easy to bully. Junior brother did not want to scheme. Qing Lin and Qing Wan could not beat him in a battle of wits, so he came up with an idea, said Zhan Tan with a smile. His words also touched those princes. It is a good thing. Qing Lin and Qing Wan should reflect on themselves. Also, those princes will interact with Knight Soro. They will not reject him anymore, said Qing Emperor. That was the truth. When Knight Soro was having dinner, Qing Shan came with another man. Prince Qing Shan is here. Please have a seat. Knight Soro stood up to receive Qing Shan. Sorry to disturb you. This is my nephew, Qing Yuehe. He is Qing Yuan's son. We are here today to express our gratitude. Also, Your Highness has been in the Qing Emperor's dynasty for so long, and we have not come to pay our respects. We are ashamed. Qing Shan introduced the man beside him to Knight Soro. Sit, both of you sit. No need to be so polite. Knight Soro invited the two to sit. Your Highness is having dinner. Qing Yuehe looked at the dining table in surprise. Chapter 1171. We don't need to eat, but how should I put it? It's become a habit. In our family, as long as we're not in seclusion, everyone will eat dinner together. That's how it feels like home. It's also a good time to chat with family. Knight Soro said with a smile. I'll go back and try it later. Qing Shan was stunned. They were all cultivators. Who would eat? No one would touch it. Imperial Uncle Qing Shan met with my father. It's not convenient for my father, so he asked me to come and thank him. He wanted me to pass on a message. After experiencing some things, he thought it through. Qing Yuehe said. Brother Qing Shan, you all have a misunderstanding. You don't see it and don't think about it. Knight Soro looked at Qing Shan and Qing Yuehe and said. Please enlighten us, Your Highness. Qing Shan and Qing Yuehe cupped their hands at Knight Soro. The Qing Emperor's dynasty is the Qing Emperor's dynasty. As long as he's alive, the Qing Emperor's dynasty will only have one master. What level is he at? He's as old as the heavens. So what's the point of fighting? Even if we die, he won't have any problems. Knight Soro said. Knight Soro's words stunned Qing Shan and Qing Yuehe. That was the truth. If the Qing Emperor wasn't old, who could take over? If the Qing Emperor really fell, the Qing Emperor's dynasty would cease to exist. You see things clearly. Your Highness, you're still the one who sees things clearly. In the future, Qing Shan Mansion welcomes Your Highness and Madam to visit any time. Qing Shan cupped his hands at Knight Soro. Okay. In fact, I'm still very sorry. I don't want to fight for anything, but I've still heard some of the benefits of the imperial family. Knight Soro said. That's boring. Even if you didn't come, Imperial Father wouldn't see us for decades. If you can make Imperial Father happy, aren't you doing your filial duty for us? Qing Shan said with a smile. After drinking 2 pots of tea, Qing Shan and Qing Yuehe left the gifts and left. They were just here to visit and didn't want to flatter anyone. As the descendants of the Qing Emperor, they didn't need to flatter anyone. In the latest chapter, looks like you've resolved quite a few grudges. Most of the princes won't be hostile towards you anymore. Sikong Chuyu came to Knight Soro's side. I'm not afraid at all. In terms of status, I'm His Highness, and I'm not inferior to anyone. In terms of strength, I'm not strong enough, but I have the 9 Heavens Army. Later on, I'll form a personal guard team. If they provoke me, I'll fight back, Knight Soro said. When Qing Lin and Qing Wan arrived at Qing Lin Palace, their morale was very low. They had lost. They knew that they had lost completely this time. Qing Wan, let's stop fighting for now. We need to think about how we lost to him. We can't fight recklessly anymore, Qing Lin said. Qing Wan understands. Royal brother, please rest first. Qing Wan was not in a good mood either. The current Yishang was already very difficult to topple. She even felt that it was a mistake to become enemies with Yishang. She should not have bullied Yishang. They originally had a good relationship, but now they were opposing each other. After resting for a night in 9 grand floors, Knight Soro brought Uncle Xia and the Qing Emperor's guard team back to Sky Tiger Pass. The construction of Sky Tiger Pass was still in full swing. Knight Soro called Nu Lin over. Commander, what orders do you have? Nu Lin cupped his hands towards Knight Soro. Dismantle all teleportation formations except for those connected to 9 grand floors. The pass isn't afraid of external attacks, but it's afraid of internal attacks. Therefore, some external factors must be dealt with. Send a group of people to guard the teleportation formation in 9 grand floors. Whether it's the imperial officials or the craftsmen, they must be strictly checked, Knight Soro said. I'll make the arrangements. Nu Lin was shocked. He had thought of many problems, but he hadn't thought of this loophole. The Red Emperor's empire had to attack Sky Tiger Pass because it was a humiliation to the Red Emperor's empire. Nu Lin remembered the other party's methods and felt that it would be difficult to take down Sky Tiger Pass. Otherwise, the Qing Emperor's empire wouldn't have been unable to take down Sky Tiger Pass for so many years. However, the teleportation formation was indeed a weakness that the other party could exploit. Okay. Also, pay more attention to the troops gathered in Sky Tiger Pass. Treat them with sincerity when you receive them. However, you must also take precautions. Deal with them by mobilizing them. Don't let them down, Knight Soro said. Commander, why don't we send them to the 9 Chong Pagoda to recuperate first? I'll send our strongest men to the 9 Chong Pagoda. If there's a battle, we can teleport there at any time, Nu Lin said. That's fine. We're not afraid of an attack from the outside. The internal defense is the most important. Currently, the most important thing is to take care of the captives and manage the troops because these people might have clones in the Red Emperor's empire. The Red Emperor's empire might use any trick. If they're ruthless enough, the heavenly oath might be nothing, Knight Soro said. Okay, then I'll make the arrangements. Keep these people under control and don't move them. I agree to follow 7 Ju, Gale, and Qi Wang's troops to the 9-story tower to rest. If one troop isn't enough, I'll send another troop from the Thunder Legion, Nu Lin reported to Knight Soro. Then it's settled. Fei Xiu, follow me. The rest of the Qing Emperor's guards will be stationed in the 9-story tower. The safety of my family is also important, Knight Soro said to Fei Xiu. At this time, Fei Xiu looked at Old Summer because protecting Knight Soro was his duty. That's a good arrangement. The 2 of us are enough to protect His Highness. There are so many generals in Sky Tiger Pass. Summer City nodded. The Qing Emperor's dynasty's intelligence agents in the Red Emperor's empire found 7 Ju and Gale's families and secretly arranged for them to be sent away. However, when they reached Qi Wang's home, a problem occurred. The Red Emperor's empire received the news and dug it out from the mouth of a soldier. It was the news that Chihuahua received. A captain of the Sky Tiger army was discovered when he was about to leave the Red Emperor's empire. He was originally one of Chihuahua's personal guards. Chihuahua originally wanted to ask him about the situation, but then he found out that he was about to take his family and leave the Red Emperor's empire. Chihuahua asked angrily, but the soldier didn't say anything. In the end, Chihuahua was so angry that he wanted to kill the soldier's family. The soldier had no choice but to tell him about the current situation. 7 Jew, Gale, Chihuahua, how dare you betray me? Chihuahua's eyes turned red when he saw that the 3 generals under his command had submitted to Night Sorrow. Your Highness, don't be too angry. The 3 generals are doing this for the sake of the thousands of soldiers, the soldier said while kneeling on one knee. According to what you said just now, does that mean that regardless of whether we send 7 Jew, Chihuahua, and Gale's families away or not, they will still let them go? Chihuahua calmed down a little. Chihuahua immediately sent people to look for 7 Jew, Gale, and Chihuahua's families. However, they were one step too late. 7 Jew and Gale's families were already empty. Chihuahua's men had injured the Qing Emperor's empire's intelligence personnel in Chihuahua's house and intercepted Chihuahua's family's transfer. The Qing Emperor's empire was negotiating with the Red Emperor's empire. At the same time, they notified Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow knew that trouble was coming. The news had been leaked from the captives, and it would be difficult to deal with Chihuahua's family. After giving it some thought, Night Sorrow called for 7 Jew, Gale, and Chihuahua. 7 Jew, Gale, your families are already on their way to the Qing Emperor's empire. Chihuahua, something happened on your side, but don't worry. If you can't solve your family's problem, I'll allow you to return to the Red Emperor's empire, Night Sorrow promised Chihuahua. Chapter 1172. Commander, what exactly happened? 7 Jew asked. Night Sorrow told him what had happened and apologized to Chihuahua. That's because I overlooked something. I thought they wouldn't know about our plan. I thought everyone in the Heavenly Tiger army had sworn an oath to the way of the heavens. They wouldn't say anything that would harm the interests of the Azure Imperial dynasty, and they wouldn't put their brothers in danger. However, they also have families. They can go against their oaths for their families, said Yishan. I'll go and find out who leaked the information, 7 Jew said. There's no need to ask. Yesterday, there was a captain of the Storm Army whose body was destroyed by the rules of heaven. It should be him, Storm sighed. Chihuahua, you don't have to worry too much. I'll think of a way. Even if I have to use resources in exchange, I'll get your family back. If I can't, I'll send you back. I just don't know if the Red Emperor's dynasty will still accept you, Night Sorrow said. They won't accept us anymore. The Red Emperor and Chihuahua won't ask why we betrayed them. They will only value our betrayal and won't accept it. Chihuahua shook his head. I'll think of another way, Night Sorrow said to Chihuahua. Then, Night Sorrow went to the captive area of the Sky Tiger army and asked everyone to gather. We're all soldiers. It's our destiny to die on the battlefield. We shouldn't die in scheming. But now, there's a problem. The key to the rescue may be you. Night Sorrow told them the problem that Chihuahua's family was facing. Whatever the Commander-in-Chief says, we'll do. Everything that General Chihuahua has done is for our sake. We're willing to do something for Sovereign King Chihuahua as well. The captives looked at Chihuahua and expressed their stand. The new V is the fastest Q4. The Red Emperor's country already knows. Whether or not General Chihuahua's family is here, I will let you go. So, it's useless for me to threaten you, Night Sorrow said. Commander, let's do it for real. If they don't send General Chi Wang away, you won't let him go. If General Chi Wang is willing to sacrifice everything for us, we can do the same, one of the leading soldiers said. I'm not here to do anything to you. I just don't want military Lord Chi Wang's family to be hurt. I'm here to inform you that the time limit for your release will be extended. Knight Sorrow spoke his mind. Knight Sorrow cupped his hands towards the soldiers and returned to the commander's office. He wanted to wait for the outcome of the negotiations with the Empire's officials before making a decision. Only one day had passed, and the officials of the Qing Emperor's dynasty who were in charge of negotiating with the Red Emperor's kingdom had sent back a message. The Red Emperor's kingdom simply gave an excuse, saying that they had gone to look for Qi Wang's family, but there was no news. Then, the Qing Emperor's dynasty began to attack public opinion. Tabloids spread to many cities in the Red Emperor's kingdom. In the Coiling Dragon residence where the Red Emperor was resting, the Red Emperor asked Qi Hua about what had happened. He thought for a moment and said, "It's useless for you to stop them. Kill them. That's a crime against the world, and it'll greatly damage your reputation. It's not worth it." "But I'm not willing to just give them away," Qi Hua said. "Now, you have two choices in front of you. One is to personally send Qi Wang's family to Sky Tiger Pass and say some blessings to Qi Wang and the other two. That way, you can win the hearts of the soldiers who were released. The other is to use a scapegoat and kill Qi Wang's family. But what's the result? Qi Wang might hate Knight Sorrow, but it's more likely that he'll hate you. In addition, this incident will greatly damage the reputation of the Red Emperor's kingdom." The Red Emperor looked at Qi Hua and voiced his opinion. "I don't have a choice. I still need the soldiers at Sky Tiger Pass because they know Sky Tiger Pass well," Qi Hua said. "Go. It's not a big deal to lose once. Just think of a way to win it back." The Red Emperor waved his hand at Qi Hua. Qi Hua bowed at the Red Emperor and left the Coiling Dragon residence. 7 Ju, Gale, and Qi Wang were drinking. 7 Ju and Gale were also comforting Qi Wang. "Killing your family members will hurt the hearts of all the soldiers." "Qi Hua won't do that," Gale said. "But he has such thoughts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stopped the people from the Qing Emperor's kingdom from picking up my family members. He knows that the commander will let the other soldiers go. If he's magnanimous enough, he shouldn't have stopped them." Qi Wang was a little disappointed with Qi Hua's actions. "Don't worry. Commander Knight Sorrow won't let us down," 7 Ju said. "Yes. He won't let us down." Qi Wang took a sip of wine. Knight Sorrow waited for news from the kingdom. He was worried that the Red Emperor's kingdom would fly into a rage out of humiliation and kill Qi Wang's family. That would cause irreparable consequences. However, someone sent a message saying that a group of people had appeared outside the Sky Tiger Pass sky ceiling array. Knight Sorrow investigated and found that it was only a small group of people and a group of family members. The leader was Qi Hua, who was protected by 2 elders. "Commander, those are my family members," Qi Wang said excitedly. It seems that he has thought it through. He knows that he has to let them go even if he doesn't want to. It's better to be magnanimous. However, when he stopped us, he already made his stance clear. "Nu Lin, bring some people to guard the entrance of the array." Knight Sorrow took out the array board and opened the path. "Knight Sorrow, you don't have to be so careful and sneak in to pick them up. If you want them, just say it openly," Qi Hua said to Knight Sorrow, who was standing at the top of the Sky Tiger Pass. "Whether or not I have the heart of a villain, and whether or not you have no choice but to hand him over, we all know in our hearts. There's no need to use any psychological attacks. Qi Wang and the others are also rational people. They won't be affected by a few words. Hand him over." Yishan didn't want to talk too much nonsense with Chi Hua. It was meaningless. Of course. 7 Ju and Gale's family members have been taken away by you. Chi Wang's family members have also been sent over today. I don't want to see the soldiers of Sky Tiger Pass trapped in a cage. When will you let them go? Chi Hua asked while looking at the top of the Sky Tiger Pass. Chi Wang has reunited with his family. 7 Ju and Gale's family members have successfully arrived in the Qing Emperor's dynasty. I will let them go immediately. Don't worry. I, Knight Sorrow, am a man of my word, Knight Sorrow said. Alright, Knight Sorrow. You took the initiative this time and ambushed Sky Tiger Pass. However, I will take it back. Don't die in the hands of others. I, Chiwa, will take 1 million merits, Chiwa shouted while pointing his battle sword at Knight Sorrow. 1 million merits. It seems like the Red Emperor's dynasty still thinks highly of me. Leave Chi Wang's family members behind and leave. Knight Sorrow didn't expect that he was worth 1 million merits in the Red Emperor's dynasty. 7 Ju, Gale, Chi Wang, we have been friends for many years. This time, it was my, Chiwa's, incompetence that caused you to be imprisoned. I, Chiwa, am here to apologize to you. I hope that you will live well in the future. Chiwa left with his men. Since he had no intention of staying any longer, he couldn't use psychological tricks in front of Knight Sorrow. As for the other soldiers of the Red Emperor's dynasty in Sky Tiger Pass, he could only use psychological manipulation when they returned to the Red Emperor's dynasty. After Chi Hua left, Nulin accompanied Chi Wang down the Sky Tiger Pass. They were all very cautious, worried that Chi Hua had a backup plan. Chapter 1173. Chi Hua didn't leave any hidden traps because he knew that it was useless. Knight Sorrow wouldn't give spies a chance to sneak in. Knight Sorrow heaved a sigh of relief after bringing Chi Wang's family to Tianhu Pass. Nulin, arrange for people to bring Chi Wang's family to 9-story building. Tell Butler he to find a place to settle down. Chi Wang, I will give you some time off. Go accompany your family first, Knight Sorrow said. After that, Knight Sorrow went to the commander's office and brewed a pot of tea. He felt much more assured. Bringing Chi Wang and the other two's family members over meant that he didn't break his promise. Chi Ju and the other two could truly serve him. Chi Wang's matter was settled. Soon, news came from within the empire that Chi Wang and Gale's family members had arrived and were sent to 9-story building. Knight Sorrow brought his men to the camp where the captives were. I, Knight Sorrow, have wronged all of you. The families of Chi Ju, Chi Wang, and Gale have been safely brought over. You should go back and reunite with your families. My name is Knight Sorrow. I live in the Qing Empire's 9-story building. In the future, when you have nothing to do, you can come to 9-story building to drink with me. Chi Ju, Gale, and Chi Wang will be there too. Men, bring wine. Send our brothers off. Knight Sorrow shouted to the Nulin army soldiers behind him. Every soldier of Sky Tiger Army drank a jar of wine and then bowed to Knight Sorrow. After opening the ceiling sky formation and sending the soldiers of Sky Tiger Army who had family members out of the pass, Knight Sorrow waved his hand. All of you are good. Let's be brothers in the future. After sending the soldiers off, Knight Sorrow closed the formation and returned to the commander's office. Your Highness, it's over. This is a great victory. Not only did we take over Tianhu Pass, but we also subdued 3 generals. In addition, almost an entire army of soldiers is willing to follow your Highness, Summer City said with a smile. That's right. We've earned a lot this time. Knight Sorrow was also very satisfied with his gains this time. Let's go. After sending the captives away, there was one less unstable factor in Tianhu Pass. Those who were willing to stay had already been reorganized. Knight Sorrow called Nu Lin to the commander's office. I plan to return to 9-story building. As for the attack on the Red Empire, stabilize it first. If they dare to enter the dark abyss in the west, we'll fight them back. Your Highness, Your Highness. Calm, brothers, we can't be short on supplies. If there's a war that requires the activation of the Heaven Sealing Formation or the Heaven Sealing Formation, let me know, Knight Sorrow said to Nu Lin. Don't worry, Commander. We have a teleportation formation that leads directly to the 9-story tower. If anything happens, we will be there in a moment. Nu Lin nodded. Lin S. Linti T Tessa A's of S. When they arrived at 9-story building, Knight Sorrow surveyed the environment again. He then decided to divide the area to the west of 9-story building into a base for the 9 Heavens Army. It would be a place for training and living. 9-story building was also known as 9-story Sky Palace. It occupied a large area, several times the size of Green Qilin Palace and Green Phoenix Palace. Building a base for the army would not be a problem. It would also not affect Knight Sorrow's daily life. Knight Sorrow arrived at the Ministry of Works. In the Ministry of Works, Knight Sorrow saw Lin Hui, who was making some estimates. Your Highness, you're here. I've estimated that the construction of Heaven Tiger Pass Impregnable Pass within the Heaven Sealing Great Formation will take half a year. The other construction can be done slowly. Lin Hui stood up and bowed to Yishang. Thank you for your hard work. Also, I plan to build a base for the army on the west side of 9-story building. The 9 Heavens Army has never had a base, Knight Sorrow said. That will affect Your Highness' living environment in 9-story building. Your Highness, you can apply for a base from the military, Lin Hui said. There's no need to go through so much trouble. When the Ministry of Works has time, just send someone to deal with the training grounds and living quarters. The main thing is that I'm still new to the dynasty, so I can't find any craftsmen, Knight Sorrow said with a smile. Your Highness, you're being too serious. Normal craftsmen can deal with the training grounds and living quarters. The ones working in Tianhu Pass are top-notch craftsmen. There are still many beginner craftsmen who are free. I'll arrange it later. Lin Hui was touched by Knight Sorrow's words. His Highness Knight Sorrow was indeed a new member of the Qing Emperor's dynasty. All right then. When I'm done, I'll treat you to a drink. Knight Sorrow nodded with a smile. After leaving the Ministry of Works, Knight Sorrow casually walked to the Azure Sky Pavilion. He stood at the entrance and thought for a while. Knight Sorrow bowed and left. Master, why didn't you let junior brother in? Zhang Tan asked Qing Emperor, who was resting with his eyes closed. Why would I let him in? He didn't want to come in. He just walked in, Qing Emperor said. Yes, he walked in with his head down. Zhang Tan thought for a while. Knight Sorrow's situation was exactly as Qing Emperor said. After returning to 9-story building, Knight Sorrow drank tea and chatted with his family. You can't do anything with a low cultivation base. You have to work hard, Red Shirt said. There were too many experts involved in the battle. Red Shirt and Lawning could not help much. The spatial treasure pagoda is right there. You can cultivate whenever you want, Knight Sorrow said with a smile. At this time, 7 absolutes, Qi Wang and Gale came to express their gratitude to Knight Sorrow. Thanks to Knight Sorrow's efforts, the impact of this battle on them was minimized. It's not a big deal. Those brothers who are willing to follow you can form an army and reorganize. Under my command, you'll be the same as the other troops. There will be no distinction. If no one is willing to fight against the Crimson Emperor Kingdom, then we'll fight against the Dark Abyss in the future, Yishan said. Thank you, Commander. There is another thing that you must be careful about. The Red Emperor's nation has issued a kill order for you. Killing you will allow you to go to the Red Emperor's palace to receive 1,000,000 merit points. This is very tempting for many cultivators, 7 Absolute said. Looks like the Red Emperor's nation hates me now. Otherwise, they would not pay such a high price to kill me. Knight Sorrow understood that he had incurred the wrath of others because he had taken down Sky Tiger Pass. Yes. Sky Tiger Pass is one of the faces of the Red Emperor's nation. This time, Commander, the Red Emperor will definitely not tolerate this. Thus, some actions will follow. 7 Absolutes nodded. In fact, the matter happened immediately. Fei Xiao had captured someone. The person was planning to sneak into 9-story building, but Fei Xiao happened to catch him. Your Highness, it is someone from the Red Emperor's nation. After finding out that the Red Emperor's nation is offering a high bounty, he became tempted. While he was investigating, I caught him, Fei Xiao reported. I have thought about it. Looks like our mansion is really heavily guarded. Reality proved that the situation was indeed serious. I will bring my men to patrol every day, 7 Absolute said. In the future, his world would be loyal to Knight Sorrow because the oath said that he would recognize Knight Sorrow as his master. Of course, Knight Sorrow respecting him was another matter. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.